we were, as part of it, I think looking at solutions, or at least alternatives to this current land use application that relies on an assumption of ever renewing the resources that don't need to be particularly managed, but will always be.
And then the last group is the environment and ecology ecosystems group. So we really focused on kind of how the environment was set up, what is like the base of this system, like this Delta region, looking at the impacts of the industry on the region and how that impacts habitats. Specifically loss of wetlands, understanding the importance of the wetlands to Louisiana's coast, understanding how these ecosystems, such as fisheries, or the fish and these fisheries and its jobs are impacted by pollution, also with the just ecological connections throughout the landscape as well, and so how we've broken that up. Just the development urbanization of these highway systems.
Thanks, guys. So for phase 2, we moved towards this meta plan, which we're calling a vision for the region. And the idea was that after doing the analyses in phase 1, students would move into a hypothesis phase where they would be asking what if questions based on their research. And the expression of those what if questions would be made in this, this group meta plan, which working as a research team, it felt really important that everyone in the studio collectively participate in the making of this one drawing. So these are all of their design hypotheses behind you over here that would result in a more regional, equitable, and regenerative form of habitation that would keep us in the safest possible climate target. And so I think as we think towards future iterations of the studio, we see this as a drawing that could continue to change over time as different design hypotheses come out of different students. So this drawing again.
Yeah, so when we were drawing the phase 2, the meta plan, one of the things we discussed through lectures are these principles of urban reform, or the characteristics that can help us reform the territory to achieve less levels of social inequality and high energy consumption. So those are concepts, urbanistic concepts, some of them. Territorial isotropy is one, redundancy and interdependency influenced by the sciences of ecology, a scalar integration of infrastructures to avoid sacrifice zone, which are somehow, we also have these references that we have been studying while having the analysis of phase 1, but also the phase 2, the plans for Louisiana on the one hand, green infrastructure, the integration of scales, and here the integration of energy production in the territory is something that is somehow an obsession, because it seems that we're moving to large scale production of solar, etc. And in order to integrate this infrastructure, there is a spatial investigation that needs to be done somehow. So scalar integration, cohabitation with human and natural systems, energy reduction and transition as two different things. Because our history has been one of additions and not necessarily transition, even though we talked a lot about energy transition, we keep consuming and adding types of energy. So really focusing on reduction first and then transition second. And then indicators of progress that they are floating that has been not informing a lot, that it's this addition. And then what we are going to see in this phase 3 are essentially spatial strategies meant to be deployed over time that include architectural scale, things like mobility, energy, agriculture, fishing, infrastructure scale, artifacts for energy harvesting at different scales, integrated. We will see also urbanistic proposal like forest urbanism and things like that. We also see landscape proposals. So we are not necessarily in a landscape studio or an architectural studio, but a studio that moves through these different scales in a seamless way, and also from the scale of the Gulf region to the scale of the parish somehow. When we select the transects in St. Charles and Lafayette and New Orleans, or the three transects that will move from that scale to the south, to the different sites, but always having this move in time and in space and scale. So for these test sites,
Just to speak a little bit about our approach to site in the studio. So moving from the scale of the region, the students, we sort of collectively decided on 3 transects reaching from roughly I-10 to the coast. And so the projects you'll see today are situated even at different smaller scales within each of these transects. And so to run you through them quickly, I think you'll hear a lot more about them in the students' presentations. The first one is Lake Charles to the Gulf. The second is the Lafayette to the Gulf. So that's reaching through Lafayette and New Iberia down to Vermilion Bay. And this one is a pretty wide swath, but it's a Cancer Alley to the Gulf. So it's reaching from roughly Gonzales through Chauvin all the way to the Gulf. And so the projects aren't necessarily organized by transect today, but just to say that we use these transects as sort of a test site for a more zoomed in scale of analysis. So we'll be moving now into phase 3, which is the expression of these projects in the transects. So we can just talk a little bit about schedule. We're currently doing the studio framework and exhibition presentation, but we'll be moving over here to have the student presentations. As I noted in my email to all of you, there's a lot of you here, so we're super grateful for that, but we're trying to keep it a little bit more structured. So we've assigned particular people to be the primary respondents for some of the projects. Not to say that other people can't chime in, but just to sort of make sure that there's a curated set of feedback for each of the students.
Then, yeah, just recognize that you all coming from far, from different places, and making the effort to contribute to this studio. We wanted to acknowledge you all. So Don here, thank you for coming. Kenner,
Kenner's not going to make it today. Some of these people are only coming from the, yeah, I heard. And some people are not here right now, but coming for the afternoon. So this is just an overview of who's coming today.
Tim and Pauline. And then, yeah, on the booklet, you have all the information. Students have it. We all know, try to know one another.
I'd also just like to call attention to Carrie Forrest is here from the National Academy of Sciences, and we're so grateful to have you as the director of this program, and appreciate your continued engagement with the studios.
Yeah.
So thank you.
And you can trim in, please trim in at any point.
Yeah.
We don't want to overburden them.
Yeah.
You have responded to.
Yeah, Sherry can speak whatever she wants.
She's the boss.
Never happened before.
But this is all in the booklet, so if you are curious about any individual, all the information.
Yeah, so we are going to move then to this first box and then have a break of 10 minutes after Megan's for after the third project of coffee break, etc. And then have 2 more projects and then lunch. Any questions? Maybe the last one, yeah. Questions or those are briefs of the projects that are in the booklet, and yeah, just that this is a symposium format, and we appreciate questions, advice, suggestions, resources, conversation, etc. We are really willing to see what you think. And thank you. If you have any questions.
This is intended to be a multi-year work, no? So
Yeah.
this is a moment to receive feedback for building on.
Yes. Yeah, we hope to be able to continue next year with the second iteration of that studio and reaching out to you all for collaboration.
In the same geographic.
Yes. Center. Perhaps we have left important topics out, say like the agriculture. I mean, there is a social issues, prisons, for example,
Yeah.
or like large scale infrastructures that are somehow untouched in our analysis that might be included in the second round. Getting deeper in some aspects.
We really feel like we're just sort of scratching the surface here of the many different ways that we could have taken some of these analysis and the resulting projects. So I think that feedback on that direction.
I think I was here.
Okay, so we're gonna go,
But yeah, this is.
oh, sorry.
Yeah, no, say certain words.
Oh, no, he was just asking me if I had been here before.
Maybe Sherry, can you explain us a little bit what is the vision?
Sure. You want me to- Lost your thumb. Well, in my opinion, no. No, thank you. So we were here, I guess a year ago or so. So, the GRP has a mission, that works in several areas, in the Gulf. So going way back, the GRP actually came out of, the Deepwater Horizon oil spill. And so following the Deepwater Horizon oil spill, the National Academy of Sciences was given $500 million to start a program that did essentially focus on the Gulf of Mexico area in some key areas. One is in offshore energy safety. One is in environmental protection and stewardship, community health and resilience, and also with Commission for Education. And so that is kind of the core foundational work of the GRP. We are wasting endowment. So we have 30 years to spend it all out, and we're officially about 10 years in. And so building from the foundation of all the work that we have done, we are now also kind of looking to the future and building off of that work into some of the big issues and some of the transitions that are coming for the Gulf region into the future. I can say that if you want more discussion around that, Don Bosch would be happy to talk about that because he is one of our advisors and also worked with the GRP for a good amount of years. And really, in some ways, this project kind of came out of a lot of the ideas that came from Don. So I run a program called the Gulf Futures Initiative, and really the focus of the Gulf Futures is on 3 areas. It's the future of the energy transition, the future of the changing Gulf coastline, and the future of the impacts on community health and resilience. And so all the projects that we do kind of sit at the integration of that. And there's some discussions with Iñaki and Margarita and with others. We have this idea to do an interdisciplinary studio design course to kind of take design thinking and apply it to some of these big major issues that are coming on in the Gulf. So that's kind of the foundation. As anyone will tell you who's participating, David Perks is also here, who Mississippi State is also participating. We did this kind of quickly, so we did it as an initial pilot year with the hopes of building off of this year into a bigger multi-year, multi-institution program. So this is really the first semester and the first culmination. So we're very excited to be here. I'm very excited to be here. I really have no training of architecture or landscape architecture, so I'm really here just learning as we go along.
But you're wearing all
But-
black. You're fitting it.
Oh, good. That's good. This is my default when I don't. Yeah, which one? But yeah, okay, good. I like it. Black is in the architecture. I just know that. So anyway, thank you for having me, and I'm very excited to be here. But and I'm happy to answer any more questions if there are about the GRP or anything as we go throughout the day. So I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Sherry. Yeah, let's move through the.
Yeah.
Huh? Oh, good, good. Yeah.
Sorry, Sherry.
No.
Hey, congratulations. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you.
That really just barely.
Yeah. Got it.
That was definitely not. Yeah.
Hey. It's good to see. I haven't seen you in so long. I saw you today. You guys have.
No.
especially in this building.
Yeah, it's gonna be a lot. How long have you been at this?
Yes, yes, yes. Prepared for whatever. And here's my project. Oh, today's on Friday. And here's what I'm gonna do. Try to. I'll say that.
That goes back to. Yeah. No, but there isn't support, the political support on the policy. Right. We don't.
One more thing. I can do that. Go, no. They just beat me.
Really?
Yeah, I mean, it's just. I was getting.
That's a.
She's like.
Yeah, so-
Okay. Are you gonna get anything that's the best? I guess that's. I would think so.
Should be like rain.
Oh, I think it went off. It turned off. So. Does it need to be like in a certain?
It needs to bring stable.
Yeah.
Right. Ground. There you go.
Yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry, and this is the mayor. And this is our entitled utility and features for the American government. So as we established in our phase 1 and 2 research, Louisiana sort of this backyard programming, where we're serving a global and national market of energy, energy resources to the long natural gas, which is extracted and processed by our communities. And as we look into the future, or well, here's the sort of explaining, we're number one if something to happen, and that's we were high, in the industrial sector, high consumption of our industrial sector, now there's energy production.
What is going to happen is that it's going to blink because it's not really working, so you may have to continue, try to.
Speak from your belly. You got it. You got it.
Yeah.
It's working, yeah.
Okay. Sorry.
Good.
So, and then we're number 10 in production of crude oil, and you can see here, these are the energy production estimates in 2020, and there's like really the sort of the gas. So as we get into the future, where we're looking to curb a lot of these emissions in order to deal with problems, rising global temperatures, rising sea levels, cutoffs, etc. We imagine positioning our project in this time frame from sort of now to 2100, and imagining both bottom down and top of the approach to realize those.
So with the warming coast, there's inevitably larger hurricanes and storms set to hit the Gulf Coast and many other cities, including those along Louisiana. Yeah,
You got it.
so with this rise in storms, prompts a need for transition and change to be able to have a more reliable access to energy. This involves obviously our energy grid. So currently, it is run by large corporations broken up into large chunks. And this tends to lead to mismanagement and a lower a lack of like ability to quickly fix transmission lines when they fall, etc. And additionally, there's a rise in power outages, including 79 major power outages in the last 20 years. And it's also not efficient. 15% of all energy is rejected. So these are all of the different forms of energy production. So there's 15% of all of it is lost in transmission and generation and distribution. And then additionally, so in order to provide these energy storages, these energy production, in order to provide energy, the energy that's produced, there's a continuous loop that's fed back into the production. And so this prompts a need for a scalar shift in energy transmission, that we, have, suggested the use of microgrids, which is, basically the breaking up of our current, energy grid into smaller, sections, that prompts the ability for, or that utilize clean energy in a more efficient way than we currently are. And utilizes battery storage, and can connect to the electricity grid and disconnect. So here is a graphic showing this ability to disconnect. So you can function at a smaller scale or reconnect at a larger scale. And this is especially useful in happenings of like natural disasters, because you could remain, you can island away from the main energy grid in order to use your renewable energy, as opposed to being a part of the massive grid. So this, and a microgrid, just simply put, is a smaller node that contains energy production and storage systems. So making a case for them, a phase plan of implementation, we've done a few timeline investigations of how this system could pan out across the coast. So starting here in the bottom left corner, we have our current status, which is extraction of non-renewables. And we're seeing lots of news in the media about the introduction of more renewable energy sources, including wind in the Gulf Coast and hydrogen power, the transition from natural gas plants, decommissioned natural gas plants to be producing hydrogen energy. And then there's talk in certain states about the coined term microgrid legislation or microgrid act, about providing tax deduction for commercial and mainly commercial businesses to transition to microgrids in order to alleviate the grid, because this is just causing many issues for the government. And so it's in their best, or we see it as in their best interest to make these this transition into these acts. And so then continuing along, our energy grid is then strengthened by the alleviation of these large infrastructures on the energy grid. And this prompts, and then along the pathway, the increased electrification of modes of transportation lead to these sort of nodes, or leads to a moment of the ability to create these nodes of clean energy production and storage, and a shift in land use, with the increase in solar and renewable energy. So I'll walk you through each phase that I was referring to. So beginning with what's currently exists or we see in the near future, which is hospitals currently function on microgrids. And then higher education. So like with many colleges, one in Lafayette has like solar farms that are experimenting with renewable energy. And so then we see this with the policy reform that we referred to, we see the spread to municipal buildings and state funded projects, which this is already happening in current cities, some cities. And then additionally, with the tax reductions, other essential businesses, for instance, industrial infrastructure, police stations, cell towers can utilize a microgrid system in order to maximize resiliency and efficiency. And then moving on to phase 3, we have this prompts decommissioned infrastructures and reinforced infrastructures, all with this energy transition. So, for example, public transit stations, there's opportunities to expand those after electrification and the need for additional infrastructures to make those run. And then petrochemical infrastructure, which we'll see some of those phasing out with the shift to cleaner energy, and there's an opportunity for these to be transitioned to either cleaner energy or become these nodes of resilience or larger microgrids. And then phase 4, which would follow all of this, is grassroots movements, which would come after or with the continual increase of storms that we referred to, and hopefully action taken by the government to help make these more affordable. Well, with these nodes, we would hope that commercial and residential, smaller scale commercial and residential structures could hook up to these larger nodes of resilience instead of, say, investing in an expensive generator that's also unsafe for your house. So let's do it all.
So I'm gonna click through these really quickly. But there were just a couple precedents that we analyzed that we wanted to look into when we were thinking about sites for implementation. So Norrport Station in Copenhagen represents an intermodal transit hub that increases pedestrian mobility throughout an urban landscape. The ESC Pompeia in Sao Paulo showcases the importance of programmatic arrangement in order to activate the streetscape. All day Jover's DHC powerhouse is a successful example of scalar integration through its housing and energy infrastructure that is commonly hidden and using that as a beacon for energy education through art and architecture. Water Park, which is situated within the DHC project, or which the DHC project is situated within, breaks the barrier between dry and wet landscapes in the urban fabric, showcasing a productive example of systems thinking and designing. And this OMA master plan for a decommissioned industrial park in Germany engages the post-industrial landscape through a fragmentation of the program across the site. And then Copenhagen, through circulation, provides an interplay of visibility between industrial energy production and the public, which is an interesting example of systems integration and thinking. The sort of thesis that we've derived from all of this is that climate change prompts an energy transition that serves as a catalyst for developing a new multifunctional energy typology that reinforces a polycentric mode of urbanization. Sites that have developed at the intersections of these infrastructural systems have potential to integrate alternative energy hubs that increase community resilience through a redistribution of land use program. So then looking across the transect, we wanted to pinpoint some potential site locations to develop this microgrid theory. So we picked in Lafayette, there's a multimodal transit hub. And then in New Iberia, there's the downtown water. So analyzing our entire transect in section from I-10 to the Gulf, we kind of see this existing condition of residential sprawl and hyper reliance primarily on the nodes of Lafayette and downtown New Iberia. And we imagine the different sectors that that could sort of foster this new multimodal theory of urbanization, which would center the microgrids as a centroid. So thinking about these systems, we wanted to think of ways to scalarly integrate them into our proposals. So we were looking into clean energy production, clean energy storage, shift in land use, and an introduction of program. So I'll start with the Rosa Parks Multimodal Transit Hub. So this site is situated in downtown Lafayette, and it represents a future where American cities shift from car dependency and provide reliable electric modes of public transportation powered by green energy. And it also becomes a gateway for Lafayette's downtown corridor. And just a few programs, obviously a transit hub and the integration of commercial and office space. And this is also this project here, it shows kind of screen, but so looking into sort of each of the moments that we wanted to call out within these projects. With this proposal, we're thinking of our relationship to these energy infrastructures and the scale of them. So thinking of this solar panel roof that can kind of become a bridge for the community. This solar panel roof that we're proposing has an integrated photovoltaic system where photovoltaic cells can be sandwiched between two pieces of glass for solar production and allow transparency through the structure. Also thinking of the location of the batteries, we developed this inhabited wall theory. That's based on the structural grid that supports the roof. So identifying potential zones for this battery storage, which which can store kind of in both of these proposals, the batteries would store excess energy that's produced, and also any excess energy that's produced not only on the site, but if these become nodes of energy resiliency, ideally, any people who are sort of plugging into this system around could also store their energy there, and then rely on that in times of need. And then thinking about how the program distribution can sort of interplay with these ideas of energy storage and production. And also specifically with this site, we decided to break down in terms of transit, maintaining car and parking sort of moving under the structure. And then all the different modes, train, bus, and streetcar, would sort of interface on the ground level. And then within that inhabited sort of roof structure and battery storage would be the movement of people. So there's like between each of those modes to promote visibility to the system. Which leads us final drawing, and then
Okay, so secondly, we looked at the waterfront in downtown New Iberia. This runs along Bayou Teche. We imagined that this programming on this, or I'll run through our site analysis. So as I said, situated along Bayou Teche, the main street of the city is currently runs through this site, except that it sort of fizzles out and is located in a more industrial area. Located in a more industrial area next to a water treatment facility. And then additionally located near a public transit center. And there is extreme retrofit potential due to a series of underutilized structures black here that are located along the waterfront. So the programming that we see for this site could be just a general revitalization of the riverfront and activation of it through a farmer's market or flea market, a boathouse, a restaurant, community assembly, and then a leisure and play. And so here is the axonometric of the site, and I'll go through callouts similarly. So starting with the production of energy, utilizing a south-facing solar production roof for maximum energy production. And then additionally thinking of ways that these batteries can be integrated into the structure. And so containing them, or in this site in particular, we looked at how they could be elevated off of the ground and occupy these spaces that can be utilized by the program from below, or for battery storage. So then additionally, a shift in land use through, so as I said, waterfront activation through the boathouse would provide like water sport activities, and in general, these programs would just bring more people to what is currently a completely uninhabited area. And additionally using the site for water management because it floods along the bayou every so often. So finding ways to make the flooding as intentional as it can be to promote resiliency on the site. And then also in being located next to the water treatment facility, as those practices become cleaner, these water retention strategies could be utilized for that infrastructure as well. And then looking at the introduction of program to create a sort of placemaking in New Iberia that currently doesn't exist. So as I mentioned before, those programs like farmers market, flea market, boathouse, restaurant, community gathering spaces, and leisure can all be paired with, as you see in orange, the battery systems to make them not as much of to alleviate their current land usage or square footage that they take up, and integrate them with programming. And so I'll additionally point out, I should have before, that this structure is or sitting on top of or enclosing more so for structures that currently already exist on the site, and then one more is proposed for parking and like leisure activities and yeah.
So I can jump in. First off, wonderful work. Anytime work like makes me sort of see something that I worry about, it's always, provocative. I don't mean in the work. There's some point when you were talking and I was realizing the kind of path you're describing, right? The development of these microgrids. I thought, oh, there's going to be a point to where we actually will have this term energy justice, right? There'll be some people that will be within those areas and outside of those areas, right? And I was thinking about how, that this could be kind of quickly kind of privatized. And so the people who have wealth could have, power in electricity, and those that don't would be outside of that, right? As you work with it, what are your thoughts around that in terms of, seeing, you probably saw that, right? There's a point to where you would see that the haves and have-nots would be divided on who has electricity, right?
I mean, it's currently run by private corporations, just at a larger scale. And so we're really just looking at a like smaller scale format of that system. And hopefully just it being smaller scale, it would just be able to be better managed and better tailored to that community that it would be serving, as opposed to a larger disconnected corporation. Yeah.
And also like kind of relating to that question of like the different levels of scale and we imagine like maintaining sort of these larger scale energy producers outside of these individualized systems that provide like sort of stability to the grid.
And additionally, these nodes are like main thought process that, because as we were speaking of microgrids, that was one of our first thoughts, is how do we make this system one that's accessible, whereas currently now, in order to like have energy resiliency these days, it's purchasing a large generator that's very expensive for your home, and so utilizing the needs for growing the needs nodes would hopefully make energy like clean and resilient energy for
Yeah, first of all, this is great, shows great imagination, and then you pointed out, a lot of people in other parts of the country, all over the world, are trying to work on this problem about how do you conserve energy and electrify communities to avoid emissions. So I'm thinking in the context of where you are in Louisiana, what are the unique challenges that you have to address? And there are probably a lot of them. The one that strikes me when you start off as sitting right next to the conversion, the high energy consumption, high greenhouse gas emissions from Louisiana, largely due to the fact that we have all this industry. And I was sitting next to that poster that had all of the plants along the Mississippi River, and I was just looking at it, and it put something in stark view, in that most of those plants produce fertilizers, plastics, chemical feedstocks for organic feedstocks for manufacturing things. And the challenge there is getting away from burning natural gas to produce them. But it's the consequences, you're going to have a large scale electrification. So all of a sudden, the state that's been dependent on fossil fuel to generate electricity in urban environments, but also in industrial scales, is going to be turned on its head. And you're going to have this big demand for energy, electricity, more than we have now, even though we're conserving electricity. How will that affect communities in Louisiana? Well, you can imagine that the advantages and disadvantages to that large electrification.
And I think that gets to the storage proposition, right? Which is that not only is that electrification that you speak of, that's high heat intensity energy generation. Those are high heat intensity processes, industrial processes, which means that as you reference, there's excess heat, storage, etc. So a lot of your scheme revolves around chemical battery phenomenon and technologies which are rapidly changing. And I thought maybe we would see a kind of geoscale battery storage, right? We know that we have geological conditions in some areas that are amenable to this. And so I thought maybe that was a little bit of a missed opportunity. But I think if you're just going to go the chemical battery route, a lithium battery, whatever it is, what I was missing is a scalar relationship between the volumetric dimensions for which you've drawn it and the underlying kilowatts output, storage, and kind of time dimension to that. For a number of different reasons, but in part because the technology is rapidly changing. Therefore, the architecture and the underlying infrastructural capacity would have to adapt to future tech. And ideally, it's heading in a direction where it has less volume of consumption, right? So it's a bit of a missed opportunity. I think there's also a number of fundamental safety considerations associated with storing energy in the building and by a river and a number of different things. So there's all that. You reference the shift in policy and tax deduction, but there's tax credits now that would apply. So there's already tax policy that's in place that could easily be interpreted as it is broadly drafted under the Infrastructure or Inflation Reduction Act, rather, that could begin to catalyze this, and not to expect that you all would understand that, but it gets to David's question, which is the distributional equity, right? Because those tax credits are oriented towards capture by those who pay tax, right? So it automatically is structurally, and this, it's structurally engaged with existing utilities who aren't necessarily inclined to distribute those benefits in a way that would set up these microgrids. So you still have the same amortization problem, which is that this environment, whatever environmental technology you pick between winners and losers, someone has to pay for it. And essentially that's going to, on a cent per kilowatt hour basis, increase the cost of energy in localized areas unless you otherwise deeply subsidize it, because the tax code isn't structured to distribute that accordingly. But getting to the architecture side of things, one missing piece, I think, is that these are performative structures and you're not necessarily communicating the kind of real-time nature of performance. The flows of energy and the flows of people have a kind of synchronicity that could easily be communicated. There's all kinds of examples of this in sustainable architecture where it's a very visceral relationship. You see how much is consuming, how much you're storing. That's particularly because you have public spaces. This is the moment to project the value of this as a broader communication device. And I think that's a little bit of a missed opportunity. I'm gonna turn it over here to Liz, because Liz is ready to go.
Thank you. I am. How could you tell, Jessica? Thank you. So I want to jump back a little bit to the context that y'all said and how you sort of initially laid this out, because I really appreciate the overlapping and sort of ideological integration of the different ways of thinking about both the sort of space and program and energy generation and energy usage. I do really appreciate that. I want to completely disregard the notion that government or industry wants this to happen. Full stop, they don't. Maybe there are different helpful entities at different levels of government who might want to encourage it to happen, and definitely Bill and IRA as federal legislation are the closest thing we have to moving that in that direction. But in terms of the powers that be in the state of Louisiana, we are not in a place where Entergy or CLECO are interested in seeing microgrids. I'd love to get there. So let's talk about that. When y'all laid out the different phases of how this would happen, right? You set up that government would be the first step for it to move forward. And grassroots was actually the last step. So I want to elevate two projects that are happening in real time in this place that are directly relative to what you're talking about. After Hurricane Ida, Together Louisiana and a group of restaurants separately started talking about the reality that people couldn't connect their medical machines to power. People were begging for dialysis to be connected to generators or phone chargers, or, you know, people put chairs outside their homes with who had generators so that people could find a way to connect. That grassroots reality. So now we're in a place where Together Louisiana is moving forward with churches all over the city so that no person in New Orleans would be less than half a mile to a microgrid that they could connect to generally, but especially in the case of disaster. Similarly, restaurant groups are working on a project called Get Lit, Stay Lit, where restaurants would be the place that people could go to connect to power, which for me is just a different type of investment, right? It is essentially a type of guerrilla energy production. If we get creative with it, these are people who said, I cannot wait for Entergy and Clico. I cannot wait for the state of Louisiana to make these investments. I cannot wait for the regulators of the Public Service Commission to have different priorities. Hopefully we're getting there, right? So I say that because I want to use that lens to say, I think the siting of these is really interesting, both in New Iberia at the waterfront and in downtown Lafayette. I think both of those areas are areas that need investment and targeted imagination about what regeneration looks like. I think the AXO drawings are great. And at this scale, really, I'm curious, right? I want to know more. I think the section drawings sort of throughout the project are very diagrammatic. And if you spend another week or two for your portfolios, you're going to be much better off in the long term, really teasing out what it means to understand the existing architectural conditions, the existing built environment, the existing inhabitation of Bayou Teche, right? And what it means to actually have those spaces in those conditions. The boat launch really stuck out for me as something like, okay, well, you talked about how could we would come back and figure out how the water and the flood risk from Bayou Teche would be dealt with. That's something you can play with in those drawings really quickly. Hold the water in. Have you ever tried to carry a boat to the water in downtown New Iberia? It's not fun, right? So pull the water into the site, find ways to like bring that in and use. I would love to see section drawings where you're actually integrating the complexity of what is a built environment in a historic downtown, because both of those are. How does that integrate with existing structures? If you're building on top of existing structures, how do you have to supplement the structure of those buildings, right? What is that condition? There's imagination in that architectural detailing as well. That has to also accommodate some of the things that Jesse elevated about the safety of having energy inside a building, right? Energy generation, energy storage, and like just frankly, structurally, how do you accommodate the different weight loads? And how does that relate to the spaces that people would inhabit? It feels like a real disconnect to have spaces that are all generally boxes without understanding like how would the ventilation systems come in? How are the structural systems? How are the transfer of energy from the production places to the storage places? How does that interact with the spaces that people actually have to be in? And that feels like really where the rubber meets the road in terms of like, you can tell me that's a restaurant, you can tell me that's a farmer's market. Why do they look essentially the same? Yeah, because those are different spaces, right? And if all of those things, I think that your point, Jesse, about how do you communicate to the public while they're in this public space, like the power of this facility, like literally and theoretically, like what does it mean to have some type of if we just like imagine a guerrilla microgrid, what does it mean to have that as a multimodal transit facility in Lafayette in an area that is being regenerated in whatever way? And I think that's where I want to see your creativity, not only in the theory, but in the spaces and in like how you engage with the site. And I want to see visualizations of like, I've never heard of this solar material between the glasses that curves like that you're talking about. What does that look like? It sounds fantastic. Love to see that bled into visualizations and renderings of that downtown space you're talking about. So I'll pause. I feel like I'm rambling.
I could say a few things. I was curious about the scale of the microgrid. If you at one point you mentioned that the microgrid responded to an urban multi-centered urban idea, right? That the microgrid was actually breaking down the normal civic scale. And which is interesting, that you could overlap the two, because all of your urban interventions are, all of the interventions you make, both of them are related to public space and new public space. I guess I'm wondering why you chose, and I don't know enough about the first one, why you chose the center of existing cities to do that. If in fact the idea was to make smaller microgrids within the city and generate from these new cores, which these things to be, a new subgrouping within the urban landscape? Is that a sensible question?
Yeah, definitely. I, like, microgrids would essentially exist at all scales, and so this would just be a format that could be replicable, that is just a happy medium between the two. So smaller scale microgrids could supplement spaces that are, or just, this would serve as more so for the community, those that can't, those commercial spaces that can't like afford to necessarily invest in smaller scale microgrid system. And so these two sites are examples of like pieces of either underutilized land or in terms of the transit.
So would it be fair to judge this as kind of seed? This is built on top of the existing grid and is ultimately over time going to replace it. And that these are the seeds of an alternative clean energy grid, the core of this new energy that's going to spread out and create this new community. Is that right? So the existing grid stays beneath it. Is there any point where the two overlap? Are you ever using the old distribution grid as part of the new microgrid, or is this completely new infrastructure that's laid on top of the existing?
No, we would imagine that it would use entirely like what's already existing. And so that's already what's happening with microgrids. You plug in, and then your energy is you can use energy from the larger scale grid or from the microgrid at any point, and then can island away from it whenever you'd like to, or if you're producing excess amount of.
So these are new sources,
yeah,
placed on the existing energy infrastructure. And I guess I mean, the idea is when you tie it to urban form and urban regeneration, it's incredibly appealing that you could use as a catalyst for urban regeneration, an alternative energy source and distribution system. And that you targeted batteries and storage also makes sense because of the problems of clean energy and being able to get you power 24/7. I think the more that you could integrate these together, that it is both an urban regeneration project. In the case of this example, it's almost a flood control project, right? It's an alternative energy project. It's a transportation project. The more you can overlap those things together, the stronger a case that you make, because there's no way we're going to say, okay, let's do an energy project. Now we're going to come back and do an urban reform project. Now we're going to come back and do an open space project. Right now we're going to figure out where battery storage goes. Our value to any of these issues comes in integrating all of these different and necessary projects into a single project. And I'm just looking at the one you have in front here as, and also I think the transportation is a interesting stab at doing that.
Yeah, I mean, something, I think it'd be interesting for you to kind of think of other infrastructure systems, like the water distribution system, for example, right? Because that also has a kind of energy dependency, because because we're dependent on the pump to get water, right? And so it seems like, if you begin to sort of think there might be water distribution, but another thing to think about is, I mean, is there a way to begin to think about how more of the kind of battery storage actually happens within say, right of ways, right? And you begin to think, okay, if we're talking about transportation, maybe we begin to see how we don't need as many parking lots and the batteries go in parking lots, right? You know, it does nag at me a bit that you actually build a building for a battery, which probably doesn't need a building, right? You know, so is there a way to say, okay, within the bigger, you know, kind of urbanization, as we find places for battery storage, how does that become part of kind of infrastructure? Again, sort of thinking, okay, you know, we're going to begin to replace parking lots. How do we do that in a, you know, in a way that's better than a parking lot now is a battery place, right? And how does that become, how does that give us some kind of public benefit? Or do we change our street right of ways, knowing that we have to begin to anticipate sort of place for batteries is not, again, it naturally a bit, I think it's a little bit romantic to think you're going to build a building to put something that probably doesn't need a building around it. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I will say, so when we were selecting sites, we had actually picked 4 originally. The other 2 were being natural gas power plant in Lafayette and then the Acadian Lafayette, which would have both function kind of as those new nodes. And I think that like moving forward, we're wanting to kind of continue a lot of this research into our emphasis project next semester. So I think that there's something really interesting to say about like the mall typology, for example, and that use of space and the like questions surrounding the features. And then sort of the same with the home.
I think it'd be interesting to, sorry. I think it'd be, sorry, you put these in areas that already have public activity and that are already relative to existing cities dense. But one of the ideas of the project is to increase public dimension and increase density, but reduce environmental footprint of cities. I would love to see the strategy carried out, not in a place that already has a jump start on density and public space, but was actually lacking in both. And but had an approach, which is why I was asking about the size of the grid and the polycentric nature of the model, to apply this to a place that has none of this. As I think what we would see is the idea of this not only as a replicate model, but as a generative model in an area that is lacking the amenities that you're trying to produce and completely lacking. It would be great to see that translated farther out away from the center in terms of creating new centers based on nature.
I don't know. Let me just say a couple of simple things. You talked about polycentric and centroids. I think it's not going to be real unless you deal with the mind body. I think a lot of this is, we don't know if you're talking about, I don't know if you're talking about the individual thing or you're talking about the community thing, really the scale of it, the dimensional scale of the thing. And sometimes when we start about networks and infrastructure, we're all lost. There's no way we can understand it. There's no way to really influence it. If the objective of the studio is to influence action in the future, how can it be if people don't know their place in it? And I think the advantage, Albert, of the older place is that we can imply it by what's given to us, not by what we create. But I'm still getting lost a bit in this. You start with the idea of the centroid, but then it could be anywhere and randomized. Really, as Liz said, it doesn't have anything to do with tactile conditions, things that the body understands, things that the mind is just flying above, but locating here or locating there. It could be this mall or it could be this. Go inside it. And then the second thing, because that's spatial, the second thing would then be time. Because we're speculating in time. Jesse's thing about the current legislation, yesterday's news about fusion, and we're guessing, right? And I think the studio as a whole could really be improved if we were looking at the longer time dimension. You know, that the process of carbon forming from trees falling occurred billions of years ago. Well, where are we? So we're in this random condition without any grounding. We don't have much we agree about. And you know, these investments are not cheap. How long is, what's the term of that investment? How long do you, and it's going to be a guerrilla activity. Well, those usually last a season and a half or a semester or two. But these are big numbers put forward. Don's talking about this petrochemical corridor and what all this stuff is doing. Well, I guess we still need fertilizers for how long, but if you can situate the studios in some time dimension, something that these investments you're making in short term, but that culture is making in longer term, makes some sense. Because, you know, it's capital expended, it's all that, but it just seems that to make this other than random, you're going to have to situate it back to the human dimension. And you're going to have to put it in a time perspective that I think right now is not quite there. It comes together through, I believe, the geological dimension. I believe all the things that are in here and all the things that are up there that we're trying to work through on this biosphere, right? But where you've chosen these two projects seems okay, you're grounded in history a bit. And you're projecting a kind of thin future, right? So I think where it comes together for me is when I can see the transits. When you talk to me about it's going to be floodable, it's going to be people coming and going. It's actually going to have some, you know, tangible reality, some sensible thing, and not just be because you know this is huge speculation. This studio, what happens over time on the coast.
I don't see any of those details as being preempted by the project. I don't see that what they have proposed is gonna keep you from getting down to that scale.
Not
I don't
necessarily.
think so. It's a question of the drawings, right? It's a question of like just drawing, right? Which y'all, if y'all are considering continuing this, right? Especially, but even if you weren't, what are the drawings that you need to have to illustrate the human condition, the movement of people, the movement and shifting of water in and out of these areas that are floodable? And frankly, the different types of energy generation. I mean, what you're essentially talking about with microgrids everywhere is distributed generation. The grid currently is not built for distributed generation, right? It has to exist in equilibrium at all times, and it's built for major centers of energy going in and distribution of that. It's not actually designed to be able to take in energy from all those distributed places. So spatially, what does that mean? How does that interact with the built environment? What does it mean to replicate these microgrids? If you were to not zoom in at the same scale, I wouldn't encourage you to just find more and more sites that you could do this with, but what does it mean to be able to go in and out of the different scales of those drawings and be able to examine what this condition means at the scale of the body and at the scale of the sort of distant aerial view and further out or further in, and being able to really have an understanding of how this built environment would be impacted or would impact.
Let me try to bring, you know, all back into the concert. You know, we experience power lines. We experience, you draw the representation of power as a pole, right? Well, where is the distribution? Is it in the ground? Is it above? I mean, it's a fundamental condition that we as a society should be debating, right? I mean, do we have so much seepage that we really can't put the power on the ground? And this is where I think it comes back to, well, take the stance. If you're going to talk about that, New Iberia here suddenly has no power poles. If you go to city and look at it, the first thing you see in Tokyo is there's still power poles. But one of the things you don't see in the Netherlands is there are no power poles. Well, that gets back into the geological thing. You draw the ground, not only the buildings have no structure, but the ground has no dimension. Well, those are the places we were. And so what I'm trying to say is look above and think below, and where does all this come together? You know,
I think to move from a random condition to a truly chaotic condition, you're gonna have to cut things out. And you're clearly agnostic as to generation, right? And that's fine. There isn't enough PV in there to turn the lights on in these buildings. And one of the major challenges we have here, you can read about it in the papers, is that the primary driver of renewable generation is 100-acre plus farms, solar farms that are in ex-urban areas that are in competition with housing, in competition with other land uses. And you noted very aptly that land use was a fundamental component of this. And I think connecting what does it mean to connect to that? I think about the Hoover administration, and what they thought, how they thought about poles and lines. You need to really draw the redundancy in the line work in the poles and draw it in section subgrade and to that distribution. And then you just be agnostic to so many other things and create a heuristic for yourself that allows you to just say, you know what, I'm going to work on batteries and I'm going to work on the immediate, not transmission, but distribution. And that's it.
But on a positive thing, one of the things they emphasize, which I think is key to this site and all South Louisiana sites, is the unique importance of and the public awareness of the need for redundancy.
Yeah.
And so this is what they try to provide by
Yeah.
having these microgrids, storage, and still having the big industrial, commercial scale power distribution, that there is this redundancy. So I mean, that could be
Goes
further
back to your own
developed.
language in your own project. The centroid is what?
And that redundancy is going to be messy. It's going to be convoluted. It's going to eat space in ways that can be productive or not.
I think leveraging the redundancy, having lived through weeks without power, at least to myself, for these transformations is a great idea. But I think that you set out a strategic framework in which any number of smaller scale practical investigations could take place is the strength of the project. Is that it's not just that we only look at what's based on the human sensorium, what's immediately around us, but what larger framework do you place those decisions in? And I think that's the strength of the project. By the way, the transect is a great device for showing a multimodal system. It would be at a different scale than the one you use, but going from a single, the transect is about a hierarchical system, right? And you're moving from a hierarchical system to a distributed multimodal system. I think you can scale in on that transect and have a great representation.
Yeah.
Yeah, try to leverage the mic, even though it's not working.
I don't. It's working. Okay, so I'll project with time. Thank you. Yeah, I think just I'll talk in terms of sort of our representational techniques. I think we've gotten in terms of concept and all that. You'll got plenty of feedback on that. I think looking at this axonometric is a little shallow in terms of how y'all are wanting to draw it. And I think what y'all can really benefit from is making kind of like a really thick section or a really thick axon. Nicholas Pevsner's written on truly the thick section, like, on and off fragility between a serial section techniques. But being able to understand the ground condition, the fragility of the ground condition, fragility of how water kind of works, because especially in an electrocuted and electrified landscape is going to be something to take some type of consideration on. And then understanding both the circuits and all of these kind of larger forces that I think once you really ground it and allow it to really get thick and messy, will help to really articulate, I think, land the great work and care that you'll put into this so far. That I think right now we're seeing kind of this like idealized condition. And I know that, you're wanting to articulate the energy kind of skeletons that are being put onto this, but there's no cars on the road in these drawings. There's no people that are in the public realm in these drawings. There's no like even birds or anything flying around either. And so I think and those are those little details, but again, those help something come to life and show how these small spaces might be activated or they might be really private edge, or it might be a really public kind of enmeshed quality. And I think just spending time on like dumping it all in and making these really rich, you've got a great start, but just adding that next phase of effort in will make these really, I think, successful. And the power lines, as far as I can see, are really useful to birds and squirrels, parts of the ecosystem, right? Yeah. So it's adapting. That's what this is a daunting, world we live in, right? Because you do one thing for your benefit and don't think about the other benefit. Anyway.
And I think another thing that, I mean, one of the things about this is that, you know, one of the sort of big things that happened at Ida was the incredible heat and what that does to communities after this. And all throughout the West, they're going through this process of trying to install cooling centers and schools and this, that. We are, you know, on the cusp of having this incredible, you know, sort of increase in heat. We were just looking at, it sounds like, from the projections, sort of the climate projections in the future, we're gonna have in 30 years, we're gonna have 30 extra days of sun, which is 95 plus degree heat in New Orleans. So, you know, what happens we were just looking at this in Phoenix, in Tucson, and they project power grid goes out in Tucson, 100,000 people in the summer, 100,000 people. In Tucson. Because they're all relying on air conditioning, there is no sort of backup system. And we're getting to that point where these heat events are going to potentially become, you know, really catastrophic. And so this grid are all these, you know, a lot of areas dependent on this grid for that situation. So I think building some of that thought into this in terms of how we start to make these places where the community go. Those are referring to the, you know, the state lists and the, you know, this sort of microgrid or the process where the churches become food centers and things like that. These are going to need to be distributed all across every community. And so there's a lot, not only about sort of technology that but also sort of social aspect of that. Where will people go? You know, we talk a lot about, getting to talk a lot about resilience. There's a lot of nuance in terms of the social movement of resilience, because not all people will go to these places. And so there's a lot about sort of the way you're sort of approaching these, they're integrated process of the community, it's very realistic, architectural, landscape focused that really have to really, you know, sort of mesh with the understanding of culture, you know, social conditions, socioeconomic, you know, conditions, and how different populations start to, you know, really sort of access these things. And so for me, this distributed grid, really powerful in the sense that we're going to need this facility and power. It's going to be, you know, it's going to be sort of like piece. And I know for example, there's a Gulf Coast band in New Orleans is working right now on a project where they want to stay open in power. So they're working on building, you know, a standalone facility, has enough power, stay open to be serviced or, you know, for banking, but, you know, pretty emergencies. Cat, so there is a lot of thinking of this, which is going on, but at least on the levels of standalone buildings, microgrids, and things like that. So I think it's really fascinating. You know, it's how it works. It's all on its here. Speak to that. You know, this is reality in a lot of places, you know, especially in, again, in all the places that are cheap.
One small thing that I agree in terms of the time scale. You know, we're starting to really look to the future, and this infrastructure, this is going to be a long time to put together. I think we mentioned sort of the guerrilla efforts and the community scale, but I also think there's a moment, an immediate moment of sort of deployable systems. Make this move on, we take this further, and how did those moments and small immediate interventions start to set up these nodes and create that place where we need those to go. And then it eventually becomes this big hub. So how do you sort of like start it tomorrow? Yeah, the next one.
And I didn't mean to communicate that the guerrilla stuff is like all just happening in the dark at night. There are real lenders and solar developers working with the Community Lighthouse Project and Stay Lit, I think.
Well, there's the footprint project.
Yeah.
There, which
There's a lot emerging.
yeah.
But a lot of it goes back to, again, the inability of the current grid to take in power in a way that is generated in a distributed manner. And that in itself is like a fascinating set of drawings, in addition to all the other things that have been discussed.
The utilities, kind of like the new railroad. They're in trouble.
And they're very frustrated with the amount of attention that is currently being paid to them.
So it seems that we're.
Yeah, excited about that.
We're gonna. Yeah.
Persistence.
But I was one of many Atlanta.
Good job.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So many drawings that you could do. If y'all are serious about pursuing this for your thesis, I don't know. I hope I can remain engaged.
Yeah, definitely.
Be really interesting.
Definitely. Yeah, thank you.
And I hope people know that this amount of conversation is because people are excited.
Yeah, no,
I
I
hope you
mean,
don't feel like.
oh, no, it's
Okay.
exciting to hear that people are like engaged
Interested.
with the idea.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for.
It's exciting.
Super.
Are we moving
Okay,
this
so
to
that's,
this?
I mean, do you have a?
I have a, wait,
Or you
is
want
the
more?
TV moving this way?
Yes.
Okay.
How do we do that? Want to charge your-
Yes, I plug it in. I have a longer one if need be, so. I'll
Okay.
see.
I think in. Yeah. Sure, we'll have an hour and a-
Oh, there might be one.
Or. if you also need to- Charge the TV. They're all-
Oh, is that gonna fit?
Or TV. Computer charging.
So many wires.
It's being.
Computer charging, there's two that plug into here. I have a longer charger, but it's in the other room. We're gonna. There's a clicker for this. So you technically like, don't need a computer right there, I don't think. If there's a-
okay.
if it's a- like, will work.
Yeah, I hear you. That's like, I always. I like that. It's, you know, for every day, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, well, that's good, because that's the training they need to have, they need to get ahead of a lot of things. So I-
Think about it, it's funny, just picture.
Well, you haven't thought about it.
Please put it out there. Big picture.
It's so insane.
Nice to meet you. How are you?
Good, how are you doing? Good to see ya. Glad to meet you. Yeah?
And also. It's like,
He's got one of the guys I had lunch with.
Oh, yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's gonna be, I guess, what, finals and all that kind of stuff. So, all right, but it's almost a break, right?
I went to LSU for undergrad, so, I all of my friends live here.
This is a fun week for me. I think it's gonna be full stuff.
That's gonna. Do you have a comment?
Yes, I was just probably on strike. Yeah. I definitely will. He is living a good life. And so he goes to Venice for 2 or 3 months. But every fall for the past couple of years, he's been doing Venice. So he's doing.
Yeah.
We had fun.
Oh, cool. Okay. So how's your back to you guys put it all together? And that was the group that was done. Right? So,
I think as far as.
I'm looking at master imaging programs. That's programs. No, their capacity to that that's really and personal lens data. So looking at US search by there are all those landscapes that are fairly studied and they're also
Hi. Okay, how you doing? Sorry. How you doing? Yeah, there we go. Congrats. Well,
some of them are, it took a time. It's reforestation. Even trying to do type.
So do you have your telephone somewhere?
Yeah.
Culturally and
Yeah.
You were from the.
That kind of hybrid ideas. Or not hybrid.
And then we share.
My fields were living in Hawaii, which I get to do next summer. So I've been trained landscape architect, so
The sound, okay, yeah.
so.
Oh, sorry.
I have a landscape architecture undergrad.
What is this?
Grew it, certificate landscape.
9 or so since I left
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Magnolia is the live oak with cypress.
Oh, wait. What's happening? I don't have a phone. I don't have a Mac.
Thank you.
Oh, God.
But.
Okay.
Yeah, we're having. Oh, it's here. Oh, we know that. Control layer. No, yeah.
I would love to.
Yeah, yeah, that makes sense.
Then how do we get it?
Okay, I mean, one of the, one has legislative, so it doesn't really matter. Yeah, I am.
that's
no, I'm trained
As far as, you know, we were in trade.
and
Trade farming spaces.
policy. And so I'm privileged to be able to be running. Right, no.
Oh, this doesn't go in here. Oh, you.
I'd rather write about the potential of what is it that enact and do prepare.
I don't know.
There were 2 like.
It's already in the room, so it's good that we should connect.
Yeah, yeah, it should be, and it should still be. Did you reshare the screen?
Yeah, we should.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
The point is that we want to.
Oh, yeah. How do I get it full screen? Oh,
I don't have knowledge.
Do you have the,
I mean, it's full screen on this.
yeah, that is supposed to be connected through this. So that, yeah.
yay, okay.
So you can.
Oh, my
purchase
God.
that.
I don't have a Mac.
And I
God.
like once you
So that's the first one. But that one-
Thank you.
And then this is, so here, with this mic here, this mic,
Okay.
We are recording the sound in Zoom. Okay? And this one is more for. This one is more for this one, and sometimes it works, sometimes not. No, it's when, you know, when it's like blinking, it's just like, yes, no, and when it's continuous. It's
definitely be very
so you just
interested in
try.
Want to get a cup of coffee and dream a little bit?
Keep talking and.
Do we move this back? Sure. Yeah.
Okay. You're good? Or you? You want to, for you, like turning unit? Yeah, that's better. No? There we go. I only have one. You wanna?
Great.
You wanna?
Great coffee shop, great coffee. Well, our bill.
I don't know. You prefer here? Yeah.
There we go.
Good. There we go. Okay, thank you. So let's have the second project of this morning.
Okay, my name is Leah and this is my proposal for pond line. Oh, sorry. My name is Leah and this is my proposal for pond lines retrofitting legacy oil infrastructure for reorganization of wastewater treatment. And so the overall focus of like the multiple phases of the project, we're looking at the current risks that are due to our consumption of infrastructure such as water infrastructure. And the proposal goes into specifically wastewater treatment and how that system could be rethought and reorganized to further integrate it within the community, as well as further enhance and treat the water before it is sent out to a natural water body through the slow dispersal from former oil pipelines. Oh, wait, sorry, I was a little different. And the first phase looks at living with abundance and risk. So that being like the first part of that statement. And some of the abundance and risk ideas that were established with my previous group, we're looking at the abundance of consumption infrastructure in the larger Gulf Coast region and the greater risks that are associated with that being of sea level rise, subsidence, flooding, storm surge that are due to our consumption of these industries, as well as the sort of weakening of these systems to deal with future evolving environmental trends. And this is just like an overlapping diagram of the water infrastructure in New Orleans of stormwater, wastewater, and potable water systems and how they overlap with each other to lead to negative impacts upon the environment. One that I was focusing on was the impact of the cypress growth that was happening just here is an example of just a few decades starting in 1939, 1998 of that weakening of the wetlands and cypress system that is due to the poor either poorly treated water that leaks into the natural water bodies, thus allowing for algae to grow and increasing the number of nutria that come to the environment and harm these wetlands, or just by the increased amount of salinity within these water systems. And this harms our overall future habitation of the area due to the now like this natural border that once existed that protected from storm surges and the rising sea level rises that it no longer. I mean, it exists, but it's weakening. And this sort of being a posing example of this surprise effect in which an infrastructure actually increased the amount of cypress trees that existed in this area accidentally through this treatment plant in which the water or the effluent that was sent out into the wetlands accidentally provided this cypress growth. And this was an idea that led into by phase 2. This one focusing on how wastewater could lead to wetland build and utilizing the reorganization of those systems as well as oil pipelines. And this was another example in New Orleans in which cypress and wetland growth is occurring through a wastewater treatment plant, which biosolids are used to further enhance these spaces that were harmed by human action and hurricanes. And this is a diagram of the sort of flow from the wastewater treatment plant using that treated water through existing formerly used as oil pipelines that there are millions of miles that are now being underutilized or not and proposed to not be used in the future as those areas become less reliant on oil infrastructure, and then using it to send treated water to build a Cypress coastline and existing in the section showing how at selected points the water is able to deal with the greatest amount of subsidence that is occurring in these spaces, as well as increasing the amount of fresh water to move back the ISO line. And the meta plan for phase 2 sort of span the full Gulf Coast region, in which multiple pipelines were selected to have specific punch outs to let the treated water move through and create a wetland border by the later years of 2050 and 2100. But then in the phase 3, I began to assess how a specific case could be deployed at a specific site. And going from that phase 2 proposal and idea were some lasting questions of how do we control the quality of water? How can this water be moved to the edge, as well as how can the current wastewater treatment plants be reorganized rather than using the current systems, and how to further overlap water infrastructure with the community to allow for them to inhabit these spaces. And that developed then into more of a statement of adapting the current systems as well as the former oil pipelines to act as sort of barrels for the water to slowly disperse into the environment once it is further treated and enhanced at this lengthened and stretched wastewater treatment system. And so the sort of main focus points from those questions being the current sort of more isolated wastewater treatment system, as well as that sort of surprise Cypress growth and a larger, more campus-like building featuring overlaps of professional as well as community engagement to develop this new type of civic campus. And from that larger phase 2 map, some pipelines, well, all the pipelines in the Gulf Coast region were highlighted, but specifically one was selected for this phase of this Shell pipeline, which spans a large part of the Gulf Coast, and New Iberia specifically was chosen as the site for the proposal due to its proximity to that pipeline in white, and the wastewater treatment plant highlighted in blue just along the Rodero Canal, which it dumps its water into currently, as well as its large dependence on oil infrastructure and for its economic sort of growth due to its proximity to the port of Iberia. And this is the current wastewater treatment plant that I know the previous group presented on, but this is another one that exists in New Iberia. And here just being a picture of it. And even though it looks so isolated from the community in the previous picture here, it is sort of on the outskirts of New Iberia, but is close to many domestic homes as well as a sports park that is sort of just along the site and provides an opportunity to bring a building here that can further engage the community. And from that typical, the typical system began to be highlighted and thought about of primary, secondary treatment that currently exists in the wastewater treatment plants, and sort of anything that seemed to be wetland building and not typical in a typical system such as the one in New Orleans, in which wastewater is treated and sent out to the Mississippi as effluent and doesn't go far beyond the secondary and primary treatments at the mechanical level. But then I began to find examples in which wetlands could be constructed and built through certain precedents. So in this case, through not only the mechanical, but also through oxidation ponds, the water is further enhanced before it is sent out to existing water bodies to not further harm those systems. And another example which shows even less reliance on mechanical treatment through not only oxidation ponds, but also integrated constructed wetlands. And in this case, it also layers in an additional opportunity for more programs, in this case, leading to the wastewater is treated and used to filter and provide this large golf course for the city. And this becoming sort of the main precedent for the project, as it is only consisting of primary treatment at the mechanical level, and then uses a series of oxidation ponds, integrated construction methods, and enhancement wetlands to not only treat the water, but further enhance it and provide nutrient-rich water for the surrounding water bodies, as well as a large public national park. And from those precedents, I established a toolkit of what was needed for this proposal, and adding in the former oil pipeline that was selected, and then it began to be reorganized to provide further integration into the community and lesser reliance at that specific isolated site. And then I guess primary treatment now, instead of just being held at the one site, it is included at oxidation ponds, and secondary treatment being highlighted as the integrated constructed wetlands and the enhancement wetlands becoming the tertiary treatments of further expanding upon the typical system before it is sent to from our oil pipelines, where it will slowly bleed out and create cypress wetlands. And here showing the applied system to the site of Liberia. And then this, it looks very rasterized here, but showing here the full sort of span of the green water using the Rodero Canal to then be sent down to that selected pipeline through the selected sites within the city that are based on spaces of former oil use. So either as warehouses or spaces where the Shell Oil Company is used for offices, but now becoming spaces of water usage. And here highlighting the specific programs that are existing on these new sites, one being the first one being where the wastewater treatment plant is located, as well as now becoming a music community center. The second site where secondary treatment is done, now becoming more of a green garden space, as well as cafes and a reflection space, as well as the disinfection center. And then the tertiary treatment occurring in these much larger, more wetland experience just near the cypress growth that will be occurring in the pond line. Pipeline now becoming the pond line, and this becoming sort of a research zone for people to further study and provide quality water for the area from their experiences, being a living and learning space for research students. And that system expanding along a section to show the water movement to then the pipelines and growth that will occur along that border to further protect from increasing of ISO line, as well as just providing a border for storm surges. And looking at the first site as it begins to part away at the Rodero Canal and allow for the water to come in, it is then treated throughout these oxidation ponds, and the effluent is sent out into that natural water body to be sent to the next sites. And at this first site, the majority of the toxins and the effluent that's from the community is treated before it is sent out to the next site. And the spatial strategies for each of the sites are to take on this one mode that was adapted to each of them, this being the blue line or the light blue line of the water treatment, and the darker blue line that's perpendicular to that of the movement of people, just to show the overlapping of those two relationships. And grid was formed to allow for pixels to be chosen of green spaces, walking spaces, water spaces, as well as the public program. And so this building being an overlap of community program for music hall and learning spaces, as well as the mechanical wastewater treatment and the overlap of these industries of ecological former oil pipeline, as well as the water industry to inhabit these offices. And here showing the water entering the effluent entering the canal once it is treated, and sort of that perpendicular relationship of the movement of people to the flow of water into the canal. And the organization of the concert hall sort of takes a more allows for the water to become a place of performance as the platforms extend into that sort of central courtyards, and in the top half is where the offices are located, and sort of taking on more, I guess, aggressive approach and turning into that courtyard of the water space to allow for overlaps of visual and learning experiences between the spaces to allow for people to see into existing offices, and then the large circulating promenade becoming almost a campus-like experience where there are meeting spaces as well as some private classrooms that allow for people to circulate and have more free reign throughout these spaces. And existing in section shows that one of the concert spaces that extends into the water body, allowing for that to become a program in itself as a sort of a presentation space, and the flow of the water in a tiered system as it is further advanced through some of the pixelated vegetation spaces. You're showing the offices that are sort of entering into those parts of the layered views of the existing industries. And this becoming one of the music classrooms allows for the water to become a reflection of those programs. And the second site is where secondary treatment occurs. It is entered from the Rodero Canal, and the effluent moves in a tiered system from the bottom right to the top left. And this is where there's much more vegetation of the pixelations here to allow for, now that the water has been treated, to allow for further enhancement of the water. And the organization takes on a similar approach in which the water and human circulation be perpendicular to each other as people are able to move through these two sites, and the buildings are moving with these larger vegetation sort of strips that signify where the steps are. And here being the program strategy of having green spaces as well as a cafe and the main disinfection center where UV filtration will further treat the water before it is sent out to the wetlands, and the a reflection space near the New Iberia Cemetery to allow for a more meditative aspect to the water. And here just showing some zoom ins of the program within the spaces and how the water bodies and its construction also informs the architecture and the movement of inhabitants. And the tertiary treatment existing in the constructed, or the enhancement wetlands of the they're located in the Port of Iberia, and this being a space for researchers of local and Louisiana colleges to come and learn and further be a part of the construction wetlands, and then observe the growth of cypress trees along this border. And this existing sort of three main ponds that tier down before entering back into the Rodero Canal. And sort of a longitude being the water movement, and then perpendicular is the movement of people. And the learning spaces are extending into those ponds while allowing for a longer bar of living and circulation spaces that sort of then allow for the experiences of the learning spaces to extend into the water bodies, whereas the living spaces are in line with the water and allow for a more visual experience, while once in the offices, again, like a layered approach to seeing other people working. And then once it goes through those three sort of phases, it is finally sent to the pipeline. And this just having a quick diagram of the Rodero Canal, and then as it is treated from the previous wetlands, it's sent into the chosen shell pipeline, and this will be split between sort of three larger, now becoming almost barrels of water at 300 meters each and a diameter of around 3 feet. And at selected points upon those larger barrels of around 20 per 20 per each 300 meter tank, water is slowly dispersed and allows for cypress growth. And this is just showing all the sort of degraded wetlands that it will be inhabiting. And then at a larger scale, the possibility of the reproduction of this system in similar context of all the all the light blue dots being all the wastewater and sewage treatment plants, but certain selected ones that deal with similar conditions to New Iberia, either through the high risk of subsidence or similar population size that can further help the movement of the isovalent. And then the final slide just being like a recap of some of the questions and project statement.
I'm not excited. Your thought. Formally. Val, I attended this mission to talk about the site response. I'm actually over that. But the example that you showed, the effluent, think about it, there are three things that one is nutrients, the other is water, fresh water, and the third thing is also various particular things. And I tend to favor the last cypress stone. Once it floods, the cypress established. So the ground has to be elevated. So that's important. So when you talk about it, it's that came south of you can have you're using open canal transportation of that. You reduce control of where that goes. Get a lot of settle out in the canal rather than one of talk about that. Make sure that you got whatever it was in the effluent that was helping generate the system.
Yeah, I guess, are you asking about the, like, once it goes through the treatment then? Okay, the, I guess the water, like, as is treated through the system utilizes the Rodero Canal, but then once it gets, like, past, this point, it then utilizes the pipeline sort of as like a larger barrel and a container of that water, so it no longer uses the natural, I guess, Rodero Canal. So I guess hopefully the treated water will like maintain its nutrients once it's within those sort of like larger containers of the water, and then upon like that larger system, like they're of around 300 meters each for those barrels, there's going to be 20 pumps that serve as the selected pipe outs for the water to infiltrate.
So we just carry it forward, just keep it basic. We probably need to think about some active damage other than this.
Yeah.
Get the cycle down.
It's not working at all.
I mean, I don't know.
Can you talk through the scale of each of the facilities in the parts of New Iberia, and also the way that the sort of human inhabitable side and the scale of those building facilities relates to the way that you've drawn the filtration systems in the site? Can you talk us through that in the sequence?
Yeah, definitely the buildings like vary in scale quite a bit depending on where they were located. So this main one, I wanted to maintain like that large sort of aspect of the wastewater treatment plant, and it is much larger than this site in particular due to sort of the expanse of those oxidation ponds being around like 60 acres. So this one I established as more of a like larger campus, and it's around the size of the quad that they're right next to. So it is quite large, but this one becoming more sort of the overlap of a community center, but also office headquarters for those three industries of ecology, the water and the thermal oil pipelines. And this one being much smaller, integrated further into the community, and it relates to like the nearby cemetery through that more of a meditative reflective space, as well as these sort of bars of those garden spaces and cafes are of similar building footprint to these like smaller shotgun type technology homes. And this larger sort of park, I guess like the size of this one is quite expansive as well. Oh, sorry.
No, no apologies. And just to make sure, the water from the first facility moves to the second facility and then it moves to the third. facility. Okay. So one thing I'm struggling to wrap my head around a little bit is that my understanding from what you've described is that initially that water has not been treated and was not, right? It is the sort of initial sort of dirtier water from the sewage treatment plant. Yes. So I think that is one thing for me that needs to be interrogated a little bit more in both how you visualize the facilities and the colors of the water and the idea that in those spaces that I'm next to a pristine relaxation, right? Sort of flat bed of glistening water. It for me does not yet really communicate the phasing of the treatment and the way that relates, right? Because probably the spaces that I would inhabit when the water was just beginning to be treated would maybe have a different relationship to that water than like when it's about to go into the wetlands and it's been treated multiple times. Does that make sense?
No,
Like,
yeah.
probably how I would want to engage with that as a new Iberian per se might be really different depending on what the treatment is, right? I might not, if it's just coming in from a sewage reality. So I guess I would encourage you, and I don't want to circle back, but I would encourage you to interrogate that a little bit more and think through how visually each of those facilities at the different phases might have to be tailored to how that processing of the water would actually occur. As opposed to just assuming that it would be the same algorithm.
Okay.
You kind of set this stuff for atmosphere.
Yeah.
Then you have air supplies. And smell, humidity, and I think it shadows the velocity between the building and the landscape. Not of course, it's actually I actually really drawn to understand. I think I also really appreciate the precedence as David was Arcata. That one of my pet projects around the ground is moving that Arcata project in part is linked to the sea level rise, the solidity. I'm thinking this is made of your atmosphere. What's happening with sea level rise and changes the solidity as the essentially funnel that water level. Yeah, I mean, that's the broader question. I'll turn it over.
Let me get to sea level first. First thing I'm interested in is kind of a compelling idea of trying to adapt to local gas pipeline. It's somewhat akin to what the state does with moving on this pipeline settings well. So similar infrastructure, pumping stations. And the way the state is thinking about moving these states is sort of direct. Big extent that really the pipeline is getting the right way to the bridge, pay for the replacement. And so the idea is to sort of keep it there and next year about another. So in the case of the gas industry, there's a tremendous amount of damage in the place of the project. Underground, water body. And so there's also a fair amount of cost for mud. So you guess my question, first question, are you suggesting sort of a private and public partnership whereby you get the oil and gas companies that they no longer utilize this for moving oil and gas and water, or AV companies completely and you sign off and turn it over to, because, you know, they're an industry that's all about that. Considered platforms offshore that are developing oil and gas, and they what they're extracting, but they can go and they left it, that there's lots of going forward about effectively project. So you sort of left with closing the business with your pipeline. How would you thought through how you could actually work with it all together?
I think, I mean, I guess I thought about it at the level that, like this sort of like system of treatment wouldn't just be dealt with through simply the water industry, but also, I guess, having those of in a future where it's like lesser reliance on oil industry, having those of this now former oil industry becoming a part of sort of this larger system and having the two overlap, but not just the water infrastructure, like becoming the sole operator of the system.
So the engineering question, does anybody actually put water, oil, and gas pipeline? Did that. So like again, this back to the partnership thing, if you're going to do that, it's something from an engineering standpoint, even if there's a significant thought of the state, and if that's something going to take on. City of New Iberia is going to take on, or you going to continue to engage in infrastructure to oil and gas, pay them. To get on to the sort of wasting the water thing, not kind of have you, it's one thing I think would be really interesting is how much wastewater do they generate? How much water do you have to work with or dispose of the community? When can you utilize this? We kind of talk about that. It's an asset, but also a risk. You might have to increase the positive way that they think that would make problems. Have you scaled this current water?
I mean, like from my research of this, the current plant, like the number that kept on appearing was 6 million gallons a day are treated. So that sort of began to inform like the amount of wetlands that could be built, but in terms of like the specific like nutrients that are currently in the treated water, there wasn't much.
Broke down that enough. Specific project. It seems like to be that.
Going into sort of this early on. Now, just as you speak, we're brand voice. This is about the dam, and city made very interesting. If indeed something like that were to occur, seven legal decision made, and the recipients of the fair amount of money passed down, there was carry. They're supposed to use that for most of the regulations. Now here, that's about a marriage that is about a waste program. Trying to figure that out. If they can find a way to deal with the regulation, waste program, that might be an important way to kind of frame the argument. Rather than become available, you can stand to solve another city.
And you know, I small water, right? Holes, having, like I said, communities, makes sense. Around having area. It's like it could be, probably much easier to put it on water.
Yeah.
I think.
I think it would be really interesting to look at multiple layers of the water distribution right together. How do you understand the sort of natural waterways and watersheds that exist from connected to Bayou Teche and sort of adjacent to it, other historic distributaries of the Mississippi system? And how do you look at the wastewater and how do you look at the stormwater? I think like the reality is that many of those systems could actually be and create a much more vibrant and dynamic system that could be managed. I still am drawn to looking for different relationships between the facilities and the water that are part of the actual site facility and the surrounding landscape. It feels like they're overlaid relatively similarly. The diagrams are relatively simple, like almost the same, just adjusted slightly. So what does I think you could stick with the sort of designs of each of the individual buildings, but you should be thinking about the mediation of the building envelope with the actual facility site and how those would be different at different phases of the water filtration and the mediation of the sort of larger water site with the larger surrounding sites, because those also should likely have different relationships to the surrounding based on where it is in the purification process.
We have two more respondents and then we close. Peña and David, and then Albert.
I'm gonna build on this. I'm gonna build on this because this is what I was thinking all the time. In that you have the formal strategy set up, but just thinking how would be some of the questions that these were asking could be solved. Maybe be more explicitly what is exactly the line of water, which are the exact flows of water, when this water is above the superficial flow or is subsuperficial flow, and then how you manage that, the smell that we were talking about, the excess of video and contact with the people. No? So that process of defining down the lines, and then how the vegetation that is happening in these systems have value by themselves. Because right now it's a kind of surface vegetation that is a little bit greenish and has some roots in the water that is like, it's now capitalized. So you have amazing vegetation in the process, in the end of the process, but no value vegetation. So how this vegetation is part, because there will be different kinds of vegetation. It can be just the typical of the wetlands from everywhere, but can be also much more specific from here. And that maybe also help to integrate better with the surroundings. Because right now they are like a pixel islands of strange perimeters, but your system would allow for some things that happen here, enter and go out and have a much more less of an island process. No? And then how the architecture that you are proposing, that in this case is like we were having there like a very performative for energy, and here is very social. And it's unclear how the water infrastructure is part of this. There are pumping things, no? There are a lot here. I'm not sure you are more experts than I, but I'm not sure this is gonna work, no, with this drain that is gonna be clogged tomorrow. It's probably
Where's the tree root?
There's probably a pumping station. There's probably architecture that is going to control how much water you are pumping. What is the pressure? What do you want? Because depending on that, there will be more or less distribution along the line. So just thinking the architecture a little bit more as social as it is, but a little bit more infrastructure.
I, following, what's just been said, I think your pixel size is really an oxidation. Yeah, and as you move closer to the water gets cleaner and you get farther out, it seems like those ponds get bigger. Right, as you get more surface areas, that jump is responding to the fact that you're drawing the same situation as you move down. And I think that it's been said a couple of times that the transformation as you move down is really the trick to this. And I think it would affect the organization of the oxidation ponds, then getting bigger. Therefore, the wetland changing in its character and the architecture changing in its dimension and its relationship as you move from the top to the bottom. I think the whole idea is quite, I have to say, your thoroughness might have gotten in the way of just how this process ends up in the cypress forms, right? Which you haven't actually drawn or shown us. In that accidental wetland that you threw there, I think it's, I mean, it almost feels like you're thinking of these oil pipelines as some kind of soaker hose, you know what that is? Where the water is just, and someone mentioned the maintenance. After these forests get going, they just fall apart. They don't, the system, I think if you plotted the system over time, showed how the whole thing, number one, how it's changing as it moves down, but then how it evolves over time, and how these cypress forests emerge from the pipeline tracks. You would see, you would emphasize I think the strongest part of the project, especially in the way that cypress forests end up offering protection, right? That they're returning to their original functions, which is great.
I will say that I think this diagram is really compelling, and I think it's missing kind of a layer of information as to how these disparate forms of like urban settlement, agricultural settlement, even kind of industrial and structural kind of runoff that can all happen too. And so I think even if you got into grasshopper and get a bison and then just do a water analysis of where is water coming in, and I think that will help to kind of soften and target some additional areas. Because I will say that even though it's flowing through and that we get a pipeline, the other piece I think is missing are these really key details at like almost a one-to-one scale that show like what are these edges that you're having, because right now they read just quite hard. And that is both kind of total in terms of this blue and a dark, like lighter blue and a dark blue. But how does it actually work and how is it constructed? I think is one piece, particularly for this one, that we're still at a fairly large scale, really like getting into that you have in the bottom corner, assembling kind of a series of those to show how it really does work. Because in terms of process, we get it, but in terms of its actuality, like really how does this, how would this operate in what a 2100 scale? You know, like you can make some, you have liberties to be at 2100 and say like by this point in, you know, what is it now? 78-ish years. Hopefully we can make some advances to this sort of, but like, you know, if this is a road, there's going to be, you know, runoff that's happening there. There's going to be a certain type of treatment. If it's agricultural, you're going to have like so much phosphorus and nitrogen that you'll be able to just try and clean a speck of it. And then understanding how does your kind of constellation of systems, how does that even try and get rid of it with 1%, like try and clean a very small amount, but that can have a huge effect in terms of creating a really vibrant swamp of wetland condition.
Thank you so much. It's about the form making, right? Because no one said anything about it. I appreciate that you sort of like the landscape, you know, you found, you know, a kind of geometry that you're using for your form making, right? Because when I saw that area that you showed up, there, it's stunning, right, in terms of its plan geometry. I would suggest that you step back and really study a kind of cypress swamp in section, right? And develop some kind of section idea. But right now, your formation is all plan based, right? And therefore, everything is spread out, single story sprawling, right? If you really looked at a kind of cypress edge, because it's a kind of sectional condition, right? And I think you would find both some form making and also some kind of ecology in section, because it's still like that would help with it.
Thank you. Yeah, we're going to have a look at the back of this board, like Costa's project, instead of moving this way, because we're kind of late. So you're saying here, basically, we turn and then. Can, yes, one second, please. Meanwhile, while we turn this coffee and breakfast is still there. Oh, thank you.
No, not two. I don't know that. How do you get off?
Maybe.
Oh, it's saved on the home screen.
A little bit of a seasonal condition. River. That's the spring. Yeah.
Is it there? Oh, yeah, which one's close?
Is this the reduced one? Big. I mean, I'm just worried. Let's see.
So once you touch here, you're moving. Press now. No, but test it. Is it moving? Yeah. Okay, I was gonna say you keep switching lines. And this is what it's picking the sound.
Okay.
What's the disruption?
So we have respondents Formula, Albert, both Eric, Carol, Briggs, and Jessica, and all the others. Formula, Albert, Eric, Reinhardt, Carol, Briggs, and Jessica. Of course, all right.
Hi, my name is Costa. My project is rural incisions, meta homes for the post-suburban landscape. Preface: forming a polycentric metropolis, moving to misogyny, regearing the Gulf Coast and society for a future without fossil fuels is imperative for the reforming of human relationship with the planet. Globally, our cities consume 75% of the world's natural resources and account for more than 70% of global CO2 emissions. Our built environment is first in line for repair, especially when 60% of the global population is projected to live in urban areas by the year 2030. The current market-driven economy has promoted gargantuan industrialization across the globe and influenced a consumerist culture that has been desensitized to the negative externalities of this thing. This project supports the development of current planning patterns separate urban dwellers from nature and food sources by organizing habitation into clear urban, suburban, and rural areas which monotonously serve the global economy. The bounded bifurcated notion of city and landscape is a derivative of a multifaceted evolution of our built environments. This model is both outmoded and insufficient to sustainable life and the growth we are experiencing as a society. The blurred continuum of urban, suburban to rural demands both fundamental and contextual rearrangement of culture and nature. This project supports the development of urban ecosystems that will reposition the market economy in a polycentric metropolis that is isotropic in its spatial distribution and resources supply. So moving more towards the highlighted red diagram. This model aims to localize power and resources among varied settlements by providing self-regulating renewable energy resources, fostering localized agricultural practice and creating space for plants and animals habitats to coexist within the built environment. Locating intervention, establishing a thriving biosphere. Developing these new urban ecosystems will require conscious restructuring of our existing built environment at all scales and densities. Settlements that are most at risk from climate change are perhaps most in need of this reform, which is our Gulf Coast. To test this proposal, we have narrowed our scale of investigation from the Gulf Coast meta plan to a transect in Louisiana that cuts the I-10 from Lake Charles to the Gulf. The spatial distribution of land uses across the transect also hold true to a typical urban, suburban, and rural disconnect. The city of Lake Charles, in particular, has dense suburban sprawl and low-use commercial buildings surrounded by parking lots. This pattern of development has led to increased traffic congestion, air and water pollution, and lack of access to green spaces and other amenities. This project proposes to intervene at the scale of a suburban block, transforming isolated building topology into meta homes where communities can grow into resilient neighborhoods. By reorganizing suburban backyards into continuous green spaces, these meta homes can become a catalyst for a network of avenues that prioritize urban forestry and other regenerative practices that approach aims to create a thriving urban biosphere and address the challenges facing the Gulf Coast region. Form giving, elements of the meta home. So, looking at this block that I've chosen in this wide suburban sprawl that has sort of taken over Lake Charles, this constant annexation of land and really, in my opinion, insufficient use of the land that is taking very single use typologies and developer-driven economy that's sort of sprawling across the land here. My study of the site over here starts at looking at the a block within the suburban development where 12 houses with their own land and the average home size is around 2,500 square feet, has its own sort of land and it's just a typical structure of a suburban neighborhood. The idea is to sort of introduce a urban forestry corridor, which I'm going to go into later on and explain the idea of how it sort of spans from a big scale to a small scale, but just giving you an idea of the form giving before I go into a deeper explanation of the proposal. So the idea is to sort of, instead of building outwards, we sort of build inwards into the existing suburban areas that we have. And the first approach is sort of to raise this to raise the ground level so that we become more resilient to the massive potential for flooding that we have in the region, and also to sort of densify and cluster these homes. So I increased the density of this suburban block by 2. I didn't, in the idea, I didn't want to go too dense because this is still technically a suburb, but introduce a probe for a mixed-use component within this urban block. So as density rises, there is a lesser need for our vehicular movements around suburbia. And then sort of taking the idea of having these homes not only be a utility for life, but also its own generating energy. So creating and maximizing the roof area of solar energy and harvesting, we call this the meta roofs, of going from a single-use home typology to this mixed-use community to create a more resilient neighborhood. And in this, because this roof line spans the whole suburban block, I wanted to sort of break the roof line as it goes through as a typical house in this neighborhood would have. But instead of the roof, the breaking the roof line being with a chimney, it would be through these vertical cores that would circulate circulate vertically. This would be sort of a visual. So in this section, we sort of see this this ground floor that continues and sort of lives within this forestry canopy, where the columns that hold the building up are aligned with the urban or rural incision that I'm going to explain. So the idea of and form giving that I've sort of just quickly showed you comes from the catalyst of change through localizing sustainable energy production. So a single home, so this is sort of a scale of what we have to produce energy through solar energy. It's a single home versus this massive scale solar farm, and sort of my proposal sits somewhere in between. Most solar panels for homes generate around 250 to 400 watts. Some larger homes can produce 750. In 2021, the average annual electricity consumption in the United States is around 10,632 kilowatts, and the average is about 886 per kilowatt hour. For a 2,500 square foot house, the average monthly energy consumption is around 1,023 kilowatt hours. In order to meet the demand, one would need around 24 to 30 panels. And then the solar farm is sort of what is an example that we're sort of seeing being used as a larger scale energy capturing, so that we can move to a more sustainable energy. And the meta home sort of sits somewhere in between, where it's energy capturing as optimizes for a in-between scale. And the sort of the form giving behind the building comes from a legacy of precedents. I looked at the historical context that St. Charles was in, and evaluated the ways in which I could sort of come up with this meta home typology. And looking at these different precedents, I came up with the form that sort of the roof line, because of how long it is, even though it's a multi-story residence, it sort of emulates this prairie roof expression. And typical brick masonry chimney located on the side of the facade. My core is located at the side of the two units, which sort of protrudes through the roof and sort of emulates this expression. And the front facade of the central passage residence is generally symmetrical with the entrance located at the center. Sort of as you come up before the first avenue and point of view you see is this stair that sort of, again, circulates vertically. So the rule incision is sort of the big premise. The transit map over here on the left is basically the highlighting our relationship and our distribution of life near petrochemical industry, which is highlighted in red. And in the middle here, like, it's very interesting how there is a really dense forest to the west of the site, which is immediately stopped by this organization of the Jeffersonian grid. And the dense forest sort of just stops by the vehicular circulation. And the site that sits right beside here is shown. And then my proposal for the rural incision at a big scale would sort of have this forestry that is already existing to the west of the site continue along the river bodies and the waterways coming into the further east into the urban context. Into the urban context, and then once we get to the actual site, the forestry sort of becomes thinner and smaller and becomes a sort of green armature that follows the circulation of vehicles. And at the immediate site scale, as the openings of this roof will allow these trees to come into the site and live within the project, where on the ground scale the columns and the trees are aligned so that there is a closer relationship sort of like to the nature that we sort of see it. Thanks. This one here or it's 425 feet by 1,500 feet. So there's 12 yes, I will have 26. It ranges from the existing is already given 2,500 square feet, and then I introduce smaller units so that there is a more diverse ability to sort of live there. So it goes from 2,500 square feet. There's a 1,800 square foot unit and a 1,200 square foot.
I guess set up our yes. Roof structure itself makes it
Yeah, these are I guess I should have gone into more detail, but they're vertical louvers that are spaced out around foot and a half. That sit in front of the windows. And they're to emulate a sort of broad and back vertical articulation that you can see.
We talk about self-regulated systems. Where does this aspect of self-regulation, maybe it's time to be asked. I don't think it also has to do with looking at this. System of law, and it seems to operate in the system of self.
So yes,
Within this.
it would. The idea is.
I wanted to, I didn't. So what does it mean? And what is the
I guess in that sense, my wording is probably not as poignant as I want it to be. I think by that I meant that the living with the natural landscape and the built landscape would require a level of density and not increasing the density to a level where it wouldn't allow for a sort of a continual price rate to drive within the
And then, on another note, like, I don't, like, what is the background, just, the flags so that panels forming on all sides of the law. Those things, those are things that
I guess, yeah.
I would say that you're operating. What you're talking about is so. So I would imagine something that is reproducible. It's a prototype and we're setting out a number of criteria that are established. That being the system has the typology, the solar movements, as well as the relationship and reintegration of the environment with natural conditions. One of the things you haven't talked about, but there's that really do the project is the collective dimension that this is a human house that has a center. It's almost monastic. It's organization. I think it's easier to focus on the solar and the landscape issues than that. But I think we really to follow through on this original Root to turn this into a symmetrical communal environment that is very, very, would you like to dive in? I don't dive in. I think you could, and try to integrate that with the other two main components. So when you're describing, I like the description of solar, the single family house, the solar farm, this is you would have the problem of orientation, right, where it's subjected to the symmetry intersection, which is a little bit of a problem. You can imagine if it really were a solar farm, different, a different kind of configuration the same way. Likewise, the forest, I think, suggests that it's broken up so that the forest, that the larger landscape point is that yet it's only broken in one in four really substantial locations. So if you imagine that the forest is the driver, that you would also have something that's made more travel. So having done those two things, we're left with the question of this neural environment. Let's just say that this rebalance of the relationship between habitation and the landscape, both the solar orientation and the forest, is the occasion for a new kind of right? If there's something about this renewal of our connection to the natural world that triggers a different relationship between ourselves, then you could see an argument for the project. You could see the project coming together around the priorities that you set, the isolations of the house, solar forest. That what you're doing is you're generating people, and that is what's right. I think that is what's driving the project. You really have to the diagram that you produced, which is just this far from being kind of analysis, right? With the centralized piece, everything focused on the inside. And I think you can. But it requires you to take possession of the social logic of the project, which is moving from an atomized condition to a highly atomized condition to a highly collective.
Let's bring that up. I think because rather large amount of land, to buy into, people organization, law organization. So what's the trade? Right? How is the work value translated, right, to something that and then it's
yes. So it wouldn't. So I guess you're right in that sense that it would be parking, but it's the idea of I guess in isolation, yes, because the project thinks about a community that gets close to a level where there is an intermodal transit system, so the reliance will probably be less so. And on the ground level, my idea would be that there is a lighter footprint, I guess, of the building on the ground plane, so that a continuous forest sort of live within this community. The fantastic transformation diagram. Whereas these houses age out, I'm not sure how old it is.
the existing house. They replaced out these new single family houses, with single or new houses which we share. Where these things would start out as single buildings, and they would merge over time. In a way that you could manage the transformation, because it's a generational transformation that we're talking about. Like that front is isolated, individually the environment, it's like house by house. So if you're setting it up that way, you can conceivably take the parent there and replace the single family houses with the something that had a part system. And then see this transformation happen over time. And I think that's the value of the fact that we didn't go to scale. And they continue to play the what's called aesthetic of the house is I think the value of that would be the transformation from the single house to this. And it would be an interesting exercise on your part to show how this might transform over time. Because I think we're talking about if you look profound change in the way we think about the natural world, which would occur over
Yes. I think it's really interesting because I'm torn about the place that you have selected. This is Lake Charles. It was devastated. Nobody knows this place going to stay, how it's going to stay. The downtown has this tower that is abandoned. Who is going to invest there? So it's a place that is like in crisis. A lot of big types still there. So as I was thinking, does it make sense to be down here, or this is something that should be more like that? But as you were explaining, it was maybe like this is a way to create a kind of new system of hubs or neighborhoods that we need to consolidate. Not thinking that you are going to clean like anything that is not a downtown, like a kind of more distributed system. And then the question is this just a civic node, or this this is the way to start kind of okay, this is going to end in a kind of more compact, because the population is not going to be better three. So it's gonna be afraid of people checking in a way. So I think that's really interesting, and it's a kind of we haven't seen the most exciting thing with you. What is the footprint in 50 years from now of Lake Charles? This proportion. With that guide, some kind of policy development, so on. And then there are some other considerations about what you are talking, that maybe by testing the replicability or the variations of this, we would have to add the data, because these are probably we see here like other systems of corridors of water, corridors of slow mobility. It will be about you nearby that you are going to connect when you go to your boat. There is a system, typical system here. So that would be interesting to see how this is more a kind of shanty guard city as opposed to other. And I agree. I mean, I think that would be my thought, is that you really reinvented this entire block. And, theoretically, these houses are being torn down and replaced with something else. And from a sustainability standpoint, I mean, I don't know how the lifespan of these houses is, but it's great to keep the houses that are already built, not tear some down to build new ones unless, it's like absolutely necessary. And you really constrained yourself with some of these site design pieces by sticking with the grid and never really addressing the streets themselves, or even thinking about the life of the street, what's happening in the street, but also, and in some ways, sort of keeping that street there. Where I wonder if it would, freed you up for a few more, for some ability to do more like passive, sort of solar passive energy systems in the building. At the same time, rethinking the community. If you were free of that street grid, we could rethink the street grid itself as a different piece. So you take all these principles that you have, but free yourself from that grid of retrofitting that piece. Because I mean, in reality, the streets in an area like this, the streets are going to be built with the houses for the municipality. Someone's going to come in, develop a block, build the streets, build the houses, all sort of at once. And again, I mean, maybe there's a reason that you want to, that these houses are on their way out. But if there's not a compelling reason for that, it might free you up to say, and again, sort of, we were saying, maybe it fits into an existing system. You have a road network here, maybe you look at the transportation systems that are happening, sort of how you're starting to think about, how these bigger systems work, and free yourself from that grid and think about the orientation and, street life and what it means, to be in a community like this. Just maybe, allows you a little bit more freedom in sort of responding, especially how the architecture responds to the site.
For me, I think I could be convinced on your citing or sort of site design, I guess, decisions, but I feel like you haven't yet interrogated the detail in the drawings that's required for the project that you're talking about. You're talking about things that I don't yet see in the drawings, and I think that you mentioned earlier, like I could have put more detail in this. I think that's true for a number of the ways that you visualize, and I would encourage you to take those steps before you put this in your portfolio. Take the extra steps to show us where the solar panels are and how they operate. When you say blue-green infrastructure, where is that on the site? And how does it relate to the different structural elements? You mentioned that that's a mixed-use center in the beginning. What are the programmatic elements of that mixed-use center? Is it just an empty space with a big corridor? Or what does it have in it that would make those residents want to be there? I think there's a lot that you mentioned that needs to be really teased out in the drawings as well.
About prioritizing this urban list. And that, yeah. I think we took four giving diagrams and apply that to the landscape. About what are the factors that you're taking into account. And then how does the architectural landscape come together? I was really expecting to support your there to be discussion about microclimates and what that might be. It's not getting into specific species or anything like that, but just recognizing. Whereas after section 2, like use space that doesn't necessarily create an ecosystem or still sort of separate the section. I think having a clear diagram.
I would say that one of the challenges is that implementation is a fundamental challenge in our department. Right, it actually increases our bill, but it increases our department. And I think that there's a many things for this for basic code. Like you've set for us in a positive way. I think that you choose to a code that allows replication, but also innovation in different ways. And so I think that you set up a massive scheme that could have any number of iterations over time in how to make this. I think that may be something that becomes
Thank you so much. Last project will be for lunch without break, sorry. Right here. We have after this project lunch. Next we with team.
I think maybe I've got it, but I'll move the charger out there.
Okay, I can take the charger.
Okay.
We're removing this, bringing that one up.
Oh, we're bringing that over?
Smaller. That's also a little bit.
Don't think of it like that. A little bit funky.
Well, I have.
When the
In fact, if I send photos.
That was.
That was not the.
Oh,
But I couldn't.
If you.
Maybe the lesson there is, we'll be lucky not to be working in Lake Charles. Progression, it's just, it's such a.
Let me get that.
I started studying, was that? It's real.
Love to make.
Where's?
Yeah.
Can I grab it? I don't know why it's happening.
Centrally, you want to be central?
Yeah.
No, it's more the fact that it's not, I don't. It's more the fact
Oh, you plug in the USB. You gotta use that dongle. Yeah. There's another one. There's type C.
This one?
Yeah. Just plug that. No. Let me take this away. People have been plugging this in.
Yeah. Perfect.
Vegan. Gas in this.
Only I could. Can I have tech support, please?
Start with this. Have you walked over there?
Oh, yeah, because my group club is near there.
Oh, so.
Press escape.
Oh, not right? Okay.
Ah,
Strategy things.
Lisa, such less than.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's get started with the last one. Project.
Manifest it, Margarita, manifest it.
Yeah. Because I have some issues with rivers and stuff.
Would it?
Reframe that too. Should have done.
Okay. Shall I? Okay, right.
You shout.
You shout?
You're like away.
I can yell, yeah. Because I'm Welsh, okay? Stereotype Margarita. Okay, so my project is called Occupying the Activist Edge. Reframing managed retreat to establish resilient coastal settlement strategies. Literally a minute ago.
Oh, there we go, okay. So it's based on the premise that our current methods of inhabiting the Gulf Coast region presume a permanence of land and a predictability of risk. We sought to kind of maintain our stability-seeking occupation patterns by governing our coastal landscapes with structural interventions, which has created a path dependency on hard infrastructure that is unsustainable in the long term, particularly as the oil and gas industry continues to destroy natural surge and inundation buffers. So kind of from phase 1 and phase 2, looking at all of these compounding issues, both kind of in abundance and risk that we spoke about at the beginning of the day, it kind of brought to light that securing Louisiana's coastline in its current form isn't actually possible. But as we shift away from our oil and gas industry, reliance, this might give scope to establish new occupation strategies which regenerate coastal ecologies and have the capacity to operate in a future of uncertainty. So the proposed project aims to address the challenges posed by flood risk in coastal communities by reframing current occupation patterns with the focus of reduced risk, minimized displacement, and restoration of coastal ecologies. And to achieve this kind of overarching goal of resettlement, the project proposes a community land trust to promote collective stewardship of the coastal zone and its infrastructure through conservation-led land acquisition. So the current condition, this is kind of a non-site specific diagram, but we're very focused on private ownership. We have our single family homes and our private plots, especially kind of this looks at the edge condition. We have our, our coastal ecosystems are degraded. We risk we're at a risk of displacement due to this flood exposure, and kind of coming off the back of Louisiana's coastal master plan, a lot of the hard infrastructure that we've been relying on is insufficient for future climate conditions. So I'm proposing a partial retreat, which is a densification to higher ground. I say higher ground because Louisiana is very flat, but kind of ground less than the flood risk, kind of within the immediate area to reduce displacement achieved through community land pooling. Part of that comes from developing new topologies, which Costa went into in a lot more detail, but my kind of touch of these new typologies focuses more on the idea of increasing the density of this area. So not only are you moving out of risk, you're increasing the density for a benefit of profit. And then it kind of looks at the shift from what we currently have as private versus collective. So your private land is your house, it's your yard. Your collective land is basically just kind of your roads and your pavements. And then moving to that idea of that the whole site becomes collective, and within that area you have plots. You have, your private dwelling, if you will, that might come with private space within that, but it's a collective makeup. And then the land that you've kind of retreated out from gives you a basis to generate profit, because getting people to move from these areas, there needs to be some level of incentive. So not only are you gaining an increased income from more kind of square footage, but what are you doing with the land that is floodable? So there's this scope for collective profit generation, could be food production, could be energy generation. And then this kind of edge that you're retreating back from, it kind of assumes that the hard infrastructure in that area, you've moved away, it might not necessarily be removed, but it's going to degrade over time. So how do you build in kind of a ecological buffer that I know a lot of us have talked about in this studio through regenerating ecologies? And then that also is worth noting that kind of this regeneration of ecologies comes with a financial benefit for hunting, fishing. So my test site of looking at this is within Homer. Sorry, there should be kind of a couple of transition slides zooming in on a better scale. But looking at that kind of map on the board over there, which is our transect map, it zooms into an area of Homer which is primarily residential. It considers factors of hard infrastructure, declined ecologies, so it kind of pulls out a lot of the factors I was interested in and takes a slice of the neighborhood kind of through these different zones of flood risk, because the logic would be that there is a benefit to doing this as a community, which we kind of see with a lot of other land acquisition schemes. So kind of looking in section, which is much clearer, less of an odd color printed out, and it's kind of sticks of glory. But zooming, kind of starting at the edge, looking at this ecological buffer as a way to kind of almost reestablish national parks. So you're still able to kind of be in these spaces and use them as a community, they become public, but that's much more of a focus on the ecologies, the regeneration of marshland habitats. It offers kind of a storm surge buffer, and it also has kind of financial benefits. So there's the potential to capture methane. There's, you know, certain sites have the potential for carbon storage in the salt domes. This idea of building on the ecological buffers, you know, there's the chance to kind of reestablish oyster reefs, which again, oyster harvesting. And then looking at this possibility of taking almost kind of parts, if we're assuming the oil industry is, we're kind of moving away from that, what are we doing with the oil rigs? Can we take parts of them to kind of reestablish these almost like fishing camps that we see so like prevalently within areas of Homer? Can we kind of maintain that lifestyle of having seasonal occupation of these zones for fishing and maybe research? You know, is it just a kind of an outside framework in which we can infill during the kind of December to July season outside of hurricanes? Is it a lot more active? It takes on a lot of premises that we've spoken about as a studio for these kind of large roofs for solar energy, for rainwater capture, and then kind of looking at like this collective zone that's kind of between the dwelling and the ecological buffer. This is still very much the kind of the community that's moved out and densified. This is still kind of, it's their land trust. So what are they doing with it to kind of generate profit? Could it be that kind of, you know, you've densified and you no longer have this kind of yard space, but does that become kind of a colourful public park, which is much richer in its programming, much more resilient? It allows an opportunity to kind of reconnect a lot of the water systems that we kind of like to draw lines in and take control of. Is that something that happens with the existing plot lines? Kind of we're left with kind of different ground conditions. Can we use that to our advantage? Can we start kind of, you know, we've had levees, we've kind of built these big walls between us and the water. Can we start to kind of break that down a bit more if we're no longer reliant on it? You know, does it allow us to have kind of an ecological benefit of like a this kind of like seawall condition of supporting ecologies? Can we use it for fishing, recreation? There's a couple of properties specifically very Homer site specific that are built into the levee. So, you know, can we kind of remain these in site, adapt them to kind of support that? And then what kind of scope does that leave? Can we have kind of collective agriculture to, you know, in our kind of moved plots? Is it, you know, is it floodable to a sense of sacrificial to an element? And does that kind of, again, taking this idea of these kind of like adaptive roof structures, are we able to kind of build temporary raised structures on our existing housing foundations to allow a bit of occupation of that? And this kind of just catches through this idea of kind of taking very diagrammatically kind of taking back the levee conditions. So, you know, what can we actually do with this? How do we reconnect ourselves to the water? How do we prioritize both kind of an ecological benefit, but also kind of a financial, like recreational benefit? And then kind of zooming to the collective housing, which is kind of still very diagrammatic as a premise, but this kind of just tests a few different configurations, because it would very much be, you know, if you're moving as a community, it's completely up to you how you wish to densify and what you wish to do to that. Kind of looking at these Louisiana housing dwelling typologies, looking at kind of these rural typologies. Does it come back to kind of this very simple, as Costa was saying, like we've spoken about as a studio, these kind of like courtyard orientated meta homes, but it's kind of more this idea of your home, having a home within a larger home, as you kind of shift inwards. And again, picking up kind of solar capture, rainwater capture, raising them, the ground floor becomes this kind of more collective space. You know, do you want to program in floodable kind of car parking, or do you want more than that? Do you want to be able to have retail office space, and then above becomes your kind of own private dwelling, within this whole collective setup. And then this just kind of, again, goes back to the diagram of showing that shift between private ownership to collective ownership, and just kind of a little diagram of almost just the premises of making sure that kind of how you, as you design these, you're still living in an area that has a chance of inundation. So you're not just picking up what you built previously and rebuilding it without a thought just because you're moving backwards. So how are you kind of building in an awareness of climate? Are you raising it? Are you capturing energy through it? And then this just kind of looks at this kind of the adaptation of the roof structures throughout, this idea of profit generation, each of these zones, this idea of kind of, it's very diagrammatic, the idea of having very seasonal temporary occupation that only happens certain times of year within this national park, having much lighter kind of floodable in your kind of collective zone, and then having permanent occupation, but the idea that you've adapted to your not only to densify, but you're aware that you're still living on an edge condition. And then this kind of feeds into what I've kind of, I suppose I've presented this backwards in a way to kind of zoom back out. But this is kind of where I started, looking at this idea of kind of zoning the Gulf into this continuous kind of consolidation of wetlands and marshes, looking at the Louisiana adaptation plan. Where are they building land? Where are they reestablishing wetlands? You know, can that be consolidated for public use? And people have spoken about there's topics about this idea of public making the coastlines public. Like, what is the benefits of that for both risk reduction, but also our access to ecologies? And then kind of the next step in is what I've been testing in those sections, this idea of new coastal settlement strategies. You're in at-risk areas, so how do you minimize the displacement instead of just accepting that these areas are going to flood and you're going to have to relocate elsewhere or continue to live at quite high levels of risk? How do we reestablish our settlement patterns? And then kind of in between kind of our where we take our transects between that zone and the I-10, this idea of kind of adaptation strategies we see more frequently, raising water retention and whatnot. Okay, sorry. And this just kind of looks at a timeline of the larger amphibious edge idea. So this current kind of condition of how we're occupying our degraded ecosystems. You know, I say outside the levees, but I'm in the kind of this transect, it's outside the Louisiana levee, because there's still levees in kind of the area of Homer, but they're kind of earthen bank. They're not, it's not the system that we kind of live within here. And then how that kind of starts incrementally. So this bases a lot of the kind of the proposed adaptations in the coastal master plan, and kind of my assumptions on what could, what feels like a losing battle, like as we continue to build barrier islands and restore them, how are they actually going to fare against sea level? Is oyster reef restoration much more resilient? The sediment we're moving, how much land is that actually going to create? So it's kind of, it was born out of this critique of the coastal master plan of what a lot of what is being proposed is great for reestablishing ecologies and building land, but doesn't necessarily mean we can continue to live as we are. It's not enough. And then this just kind of forecasts to kind of 2080, again, kind of very diagrammatically, but kind of looks at actually how do we kind of need to change how we're living, especially outside of the levee system. What are we defining as national park? Are we kind of starting to expand that back into the Gulf as we gain land? Our kind of reuse of oil infrastructure, our different occupation strategies. And then, just kind of taking back to the overall kind of goal of this land use policy. And questions, criticisms, comments? 14 minutes 39. Don't want to waffle.
I like the idea that you created a scenario generator for us and you roll the wheel and then all of a sudden you're like, this is what you get, right? This is what you get when you roll the wheel. I think in a way that's refreshing. It's a little less deterministic and it accounts for the messiness, the unevenness, and that incremental midterm stage that never really gets fleshed out. We go from A to C and we never really talk about the transit nature of things. I think one element before we jump to the platform architecture and its amphibious implications, there's all kinds of typologies of amphibious architecture. Is what is the, when you dematerialize the protective infrastructure or the flood defensive aspects of it, what does that do to the ground plane, to experience, to circulation, right? You know, the Dutch have experimented with this at scale to rip up the levees and let the water come in, but there's something more insidious about this. Like there's something that I think you're hinting at, but you haven't quite yet drawn, that would seem to be critical for if only the accessibility dimensions of the amphibious architecture.
Yeah.
So to me, that's a kind of missing point, and you sort of address it like the material moves from here to here. Maybe that's an oversimplification, and I think we acknowledge that, but it's missing that experiential development.
Yeah, that kind of shifts back to our, I think essentially readdressing the kind of psychology side, kind of this part of it.
I mean, it breaks down property.
Yeah.
Rights in a way, right? Property rights are completely organized.
Yeah, I mean, you trust you got 1,000 things, right?
Yeah, it's a very kind of large scale, so I know like there is so much I would like to go into detail, and I think it's worth noting that this idea of kind of coastal reassessment, not necessarily this site, but it's my thesis. So it's kind of throw it at me.
I think in that regard, I mean, I appreciate the amount of right that you provided us with the project. I think actually we're supposed to get through your presentation to talk about like stating the claim and understanding that getting like these three diagrams almost starting with that as your critique of the life that they lead us into why are we doing this kind of multi-valent, we never really know exactly what's going to happen adaptation.
Yeah.
Because I think starting with this whole like starting with this and then unpacking it gets to a whole bunch of things. How do we take care of why do we not have the national park? Those like those kinds of things that I think start off with, you know, here's where we need to get to. And here's my critique about it. Here's like you taking your stance and like truly sits of that and then break it down. Whereas I do have a couple of questions on your thought.
Oh yeah.
So you have here, this is a 2 foot, a 1 foot and a half foot level. Should that be first? Because if that's 2 feet with an additional, is that an additional 1 foot? But the water's pretty big. So that would be a 3 foot and 3 foot. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Okay. Okay. Yes. That makes sense.
It's the depth of water, sorry.
So take your case study example. And I have to know a little bit about it. So I really I want to make a couple of comments, suggestions that are both. The social culture people who live in one single family, people who live in single family. With regard to the first that we got a better home, bigger thing, we can find in the housing project or an apartment, which they've grown out of. So how do you deal with the fact that it's very different? In terms of your own personal development, your family, you see having the
Right, it's like a regret.
and it's particularly strong, it's just not a real, which men's homes are not. We're not, we don't really say.
Yeah.
So that's the culture. The other part of the environmental, this environmental, is that you should probably get here. Outside and they're trying to complete it with very good so fine, if they don't get out, so it would be great for that, except that the land is differential between inside the levee, the water inside the levee, and the outside of the levee.
And just trying to perception, right, as a whole.
Right, so at some point, they're gonna have to do that. Together, and then also in the concept.
Yeah.
So I think these areas, like, and just the reality, is really serious about having a farm.
Yeah.
Or this public facility or whatever. It's not clear that there's going to be values on that land. And particularly in that part of the world with land that like large so I mean, just a couple of things.
No, it's, I mean, it's so valid because it's kind of, it's such an, almost like two examples. But you're right. I mean, like,
They're more extreme.
Yeah, when we work at the yield control, so, so that's a case study, right? Yeah. And it's got some things that are necessary, typical housing, because they're not about to want to go into the sole private housing that we've seen it. And no matter how, it's, the stories, once we start to put them there, they need to be further apart because they become to a landscape that's devastated and they're not, their neighbors are far apart, so you're already proud. Just put them in big. But the social economic side of this thing is wicked. They can overcome some of that if you influence. So the social center, economic center, the highways, those all tie back, right? So that facility is located on 24. So they face between. So I think you can't do this without looking at the transportation infrastructure to get to it. I think the flood line you're closing in there in some ways because it's not going to eventually work which research, but it does work a lot. We can solve. I mean, it's still coming through the groundwater, but it at least allows the landscape to restore itself. You're no longer just eroding the landscape. So I think what this also means is more landscape. Where can the trees grow? Because those houses are going to be hot as hell. There's one solar game, but how do you begin to make this place habitable? The yield of control resettlement has more to have trees. And you can talk about the other trees. But that wasn't the priority, right? But it's uninhabitable, this landscape without those cooling methods. So I think we have a big transect here. The useful part of it is not just the land, but it's water. Who's money? Who makes that money? But the habitable part of it, what you're looking toward needs a lot of help too. It's not habitable just because it's solid.
Or it's not uninhabitable.
Right, just because it's water, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Mark Davis gave us opinion that it's still our land, the city was no matter where the edge of the city is. So we get more water if we lose water. Well, how do we occupy that water? We lose 20 years. And so, I mean, it's a brutal complex. I understand why the studio's got to run 3 more years.
Can I jump in, calling you David? So I really appreciate Don bringing up our hands to the goal, because the system itself, right, is sort of dashed lines, right? Literally every single bend in that levee system is a different funding source, a different construction timeline, a different subsidence rate, the soil conditions, the maintenance problems, on and on. So you have this sort of ideological levee that's eventually going to wrap up, although if you talk to anybody, unlikely it ever will. And because of those segments of the levee that have been constructed and have been funded and have been maintained and have received a $1 billion flood wall, you also have back flooding behind those segments. And so I want to, I'm optimistic about the fact that you're doing this for your thesis. And I also want to commend you for really addressing the challenge of the actual water being as far inland as we know that it will be from all the maps, but it's really hard to comprehend that here for many of us, right? How do you deal with the dynamics of the system, both from the different ways that floodwater exists and the different sort of time frames where that floodwater will be there, and how you inhabit that architecturally, knowing that it's always a dynamic condition. I think David's point about the transportation arteries also is really important for me because those arteries are not necessarily only roads. They are also the waterways. And I think that is something that people down the bayou also think about. Like there used to be a history of this waterway, right? Bayou Terrebonne actually being the primary artery. So what does it mean to actually think about movement between community-based entities in that future condition as well? And how do you not just think about the housing, but how do you think about all the different types of infrastructure that would come into play there? And hopefully in that, I think you're reaching towards the dynamism in your drawing, but I think you need to push yourself to think about how that movement and constant change in this landscape is really visualized in a way that reads to the viewer of your drawing sort of properly. I think I see that more in some places than others, and I know that this is sort of what risk map from home, but there are ways to use those drawing techniques to communicate that, and it's easy to think about it in plans. It's more interesting to think about it in section, how that affects program, how that affects structure, how that affects material choices, envelope choices. And so I encourage you to sort of like keep driving that and be able to thread yourself back and forth through both through time and through the way that the built environment happens and changing with.
It's the development as a whole, I think, so dynamic. So kind of making sure that I'm not only first like the thing on sunset, something like that, almost like a black and white drawing situation, but actually your occupation outside of your home, your interaction with the environment is there's like I don't even know how many different possible scenarios there could be, but it's kind of how do you build in the capacity for that.
I think that's important. Because I think that's important. We're gonna have like working through this, you're gonna have to find some kind of authority. Because if not, you're gonna be spending all day, every day, having up this scenario after scenario after scenario after scenario. And so it's important to, even though now that you have all of the ideas laid out, it's important to try and assemble like a key, like a break it by different pieces under it. The next team that's making something that is playable. These will be making these. Like we can all sit all the rest of the day with our idea and we all around. It's like taking an initiative, taking over.
This is interesting, but you gotta have some principles involved in operating system. And one of the challenges we have is the land gets wasted. Single family, it's just constant use, bad use of land, no density, not at all. It's not just Louisiana. We also get to work in Charleston. Charleston is the peninsula. I didn't think that, but it's a bunch of other areas. And but they waste the land.
Yeah.
So all the high land gets used for transportation. Single thing, very good. There's no concept that really allows us to live with village density that we used to. And there's no sustainability if we don't understand not only what's happening with the water out here, but the need for habitation up here.
Yeah.
So if you start to look at this transect, I think you have to look from the bottom to the top to the bottom. Not only in terms of land, but water flows, because Liz is commenting about the water and circulation. How do you feed that water out? So you've always got to be, we talk about going between scales. You've got to be going between, both ends of the gravity chain too.
And I think landscape becomes a proxy for that negotiation and just the selection of species and even sacrificial species that you would need to allow maturity at some level. And particularly salinity changes in the soils to develop that edge condition, which is not really an edge, right? It's a zone. It's a zone, right? And it's a zone of habitation. And that zone of habitation, I think historically, or at least in contemporary terms, is often aligned with transportation infrastructure. Right, even just simple site specific drainage. So that may be the kind of proxy way that you bring order to an equilibrium that's constantly in shift.
The other thing is, and you've done it the way that this three-dimensional or four-dimensional problem with a three-dimensional problem, in that part of the solution, people are so tied to place, but so some will choose to go up rather than move somewhere else. It's not easy to, you know, especially the massive. And then the other thing, if I were looking at that, knowing a little bit about it, if you're gonna abandon that space, I would say. That would have, you know, some wishful thinking about resources that no one really owns, you like land. Really soft. Great place. But really exciting for stuff. You know, I because it had real benefits, you know, for really a lot. Yeah. Trees and really.
Yeah, thank you, everyone.
Yeah, you can.
What's live, why did you back again?
Okay, continue in a minute. Announcement. Hello, everyone. A small announcement. So, it looks like we have an advisory or of weather event, tornado or similar. I'm not having a big experience on that, you probably have, but we at the moment we have lunch right here. And then we had planned a dinner after the session of the afternoon. One thing we can do, I'm proposing, let's see what you think, is to move at our home right after lunch and continue the session there of reviews, and then having the dinner there that is going there already, and finishing that in a shelter in place at home instead of university. So I think it's quite big. We can set up a computer and continue the session if you want to. But you know, think about it, look at the weather, make your plans accordingly.
Tomorrow.
No, like today. Yeah. Yeah, so it's going to start pouring at 3 something. It's noon. We have 3 hours to have lunch and then go home, set up the thing and continue the review at home. Yeah.
So no more presentations
Here, presentations there. Yes. And dinner also there. You have already the email of where it is. Yeah, but let's have lunch just in that case. Now, after a lunch, because it was too much wake up the break, because she put it here, so maybe we want more and then we perfect. You should answer it up.
Yeah.
Water.
Want like a 0.5?
And I got the double. So they.
I don't have to get out of one of these words. I didn't even. What do you want?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Or, like, yeah. Little fan. Yeah. Yeah, so that's unfortunate. Oh. Yeah. Like that would be interesting. The one that thought also yeah. But a lot of the I like you know, not like Spotify or whatever that have the radio on because I need to have the radio. Very or your alarm. Or oh. I feel like I'm familiar. Yeah. Like, quite familiar with that. Is there anybody who might like? On the kid.
I couldn't.
Wow. Yeah. Like, and so I'm actually that there. So I'm gonna let it get coffee. Yeah, yeah. Like the new. Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna put it back. Right. Yeah. Yeah, right, like. Yeah. I like. Like. I did it myself. Everyone, like, why is like, I'm just, and you can pull the north part of the way that. Yeah. But anyway, I feel like it's like, we did it, and I don't know. But I'm just like, yeah. But yeah. Not to say that. Yeah, but.
I feel like
So like. That's like. Right. Fine. That's like, I mean, it's so hard. Anyway,
Right. What am I missing? Here, yeah.
You'll find someone frustrated. I had heard, she was there like months ago, summer. With some press out. I was like, yes, worked at my favorite coffee shop. That's good. Like I talked about it. It's like, yeah, like I'm back. Like out. Like what? That is absurd.
Yeah.
Like, guess it's a lot.
Yes. And then
I know, I.
Yeah. So you. Okay.
I heard it mentioned that there was a situation.
Currently patterns around town. There's arbitrary US Army being there and segregation comes from US settlements being on top and how that impacts to maintenance of them. So it's very, a lot of it is just looking at like segregated residential homes. Construction and like that. It's like, it's like 1956, they're like, you don't segregate yet. I'm getting like text alerts. So most people want to city hall, so that they're gonna do I'm getting a little serious. Well. Why is this brand like something?
Like hide, like maybe you can like hide frame.
Well, I mean, time frame, but also like if it's actually affecting what you're hearing on Zoom. Is there a way to
That's a
modify
good
the
effect.
time?
Yeah.
Like, is there a way to modify the?
So options instead of so choosing the PDF instead of the,
Oh, like the application
yes.
instead of the desktop?
Okay,
So can you start?
or maybe choose
When you stop
desktop
sharing,
instead
you
of the.
stop sharing and then you share. You share.
Maybe share the desktop.
Well, we're already
Oh,
sharing
the desktop, the desktop.
Well, we're already sharing. Try
Was it?
Just try
Let's
it.
try
after that.
this.
Try it
Okay.
after that. Just see.
Control L.
It looks better.
Command L.
Or command, I don't know. I don't know
Yeah,
if it's on
Command
that.
L.
Oh, okay.
Oh,
I think
yay.
that fixed it. Maybe, yeah, maybe.
Oh, wait, it says screen sharing is paused. But it's sharing now.
Screen share.
Oh, you do the.
Here, yes.
Which one? Oh, why did it move?
What?
Oh,
Okay.
It's me.
At least now it's not,
Yeah, yeah, that was just.
I don't know if it's shared in the one though.
Maybe you can get back. It's like, hey, we can't see it. Oh, too bad. Well, I.
Oh, here? Now? Yes? Yes.
I think, yeah.
I've never.
Okay, right, that.
I think I made 2 or 3 out of time. Right, when they did that, we had one that hit that bridge, like, category 2, and then the other ones. If I think we got it. For me, it was still, I think for me, from Texas, I was just really wanting to point fun, but for my friends, when we like, let me see the.
It's okay.
You know what, you're gonna get a greater. Yes. Here, I will make it. I'll move appropriately. Where we need to be. Okay. We're gonna heal the word.
Yeah, I know, and.
I'll go there.
Yeah, just.
For me. Okay.
Take shelter in place. Okay, let's get started. Please, thank you. For this transition moment. One place to another.
Okay. All right.
Shout if you can.
I can shout. Okay, hi everyone, my name is Elise Macy. And this is the PI project, Healing the Working Coast, rehabilitating industrial landscapes for productive cohabitation. So my initial research started with, in phase 1, I was interested in water pollution and the differences between point source pollution and non-point source pollution and how those two affect our waterways, the wetlands, like pollution, like health. So I was kind of just getting into all those topics and really kind of getting into the differences between these two was kind of my main focus for phase 1. In phase 2, I looked more into inner city greenways and blueways and like constructed wetlands, retention zones, and how those could how like implementing those strategies within cities along the coast could help with water pollution, not only like within the city from non-point source pollutants like fertilizers and street runoff, but also how implementing those zones within the city can also affect water as it travels down and ultimately ends up in the Gulf. So looking at like hypoxia and how that all comes into play from like runoff from our cities along the Gulf. So I did 6 case studies. Here's 3 of them, but I did Houston, Lake Charles, Lafayette, Baton Rouge, New Orleans, and Mobile. So I kind of just did like a whole Gulf Coast case study, which was very helpful moving forward into my phase 3 research. So ultimately, I zoomed into Lake Charles with Transect A, and I was looking at kind of bringing back the petrochemical industry and kind of how I could kind of bring some of that back into my project and my research. So I was looking at historical industries in the area and logging before the Industrial Revolution was a huge industry all across the state with longleaf pine, especially like earlier in the 1800s, there was a lot of cypress because cypress is very, like it doesn't rot. So that was a huge lumber boom in the 1800s, but it kind of disappeared after the Industrial Revolution and, you know, brought in all these petrochemical plants into the area. So I kind of was looking at not, you know, how do we like, not reverting, but kind of reintegrate these historical industries
as we kind of move away from petrochemicals and like there's these, you know, big plants left behind by that industry. So then this is my transect section. So I focused on, like I was just saying, like transitioning from petrochemical manufacturing to historical industrial uses and how that will not only affect contaminated waterways and wetland areas like surrounding those industrial zones, but also, like I was saying earlier, like my phase 2 research, how that also will affect the Gulf. So kind of just the zone from that petrochemical area to the Gulf and how the waterways and wetlands and that such an important zone will be affected by moving away from petrochemicals. Okay, so site analysis. Ultimately, this is the site that I chose within downtown Lake Charles. It's off this way, but this one was really interesting to me because I-10 runs just north of it. Here is Biolab, which is a plastic petrochemical plant, and then Westlake Chemical South, which, or this is the plastic, and then this is they do chlorine. And then I thought it was really interesting, this like vacant plot of land in the middle of the two, and how it had these like seemingly like polluted like cuts in the ground was really interesting to me. So I wanted to kind of think of ways of how we could not only like heal this polluted land, but also retrofitting these two plants as we move away from petrochemicals, and how all of these, like these three zones, I guess, could work together moving forward. Okay, so I did, oh, it's pretty like, just some sea level rise analysis and kind of how like, once we get to 2090, which is kind of like the timeline that I was looking at, you can even see like those cuts that I was talking about. The water is like infiltrating that land through those cuts. But what was really caught my eye was that this like weird circular area right here is like totally not, it doesn't like flood up until right here, and all of a sudden it's like going up, which, so I thought that, you know, kind of having a goal of really like inputting these new strategies by 2090, because that's kind of when that all starts to change very rapidly. This is irregularly flooded wetlands. So kind of when I was in the process of kind of figuring out exactly what I wanted to do, or what like processes, like when I was looking at forestry, and kind of I was looking at longleaf pine and then cypress trees as well. And cypress trees are obviously a much more swampy tree than longleaf pine. So kind of how I was going to separate the two. So obviously there's like this little ridge of land here. So I started to focus mainly on this plot of land up here for the longleaf pine forestry. This is kind of just all of my data that I was using mixed together. So you see I-10 runs here. You have these railways, which one ends right here. So that was a perfect area to study. It's just kind of like all these axes connecting right at this site. So this is my site plan. I'll explain kind of in the next couple slides how I reached it, but just so you kind of get an overview of what it looks like. So these are urban blocks that are the result of a sustainable forestry grid that I'll explain in a second. And then further down the line, obviously 2090 would be goal, having a transit hub located at that old biolab plant, once like retrofitting that area once, you know, petrochemicals have kind of been phased out, because you have like I-10 and then you have this railway here, and there's a train line that goes right there, so it was a good area for that. And then having like a tourism center here after in 2090, after kind of once the wood is harvested, that would be kind of these areas be moved to more community-based uses. It's kind of like, but this is kind of just an axon of all those layers separated. So the grid for the longleaf pine starts out on a 12-foot grid. So that's when the seedlings would be planted, and then 5 years later would be the first harvest. So these gray lines would be the paths harvesting those longleaf pine trees. So then you'd be left with the 24-foot grid after those after the first harvest. And then I proposed replanting of new trees in the areas that were harvested previously. So we're kind of back to the 12-foot grid. And then the second harvest would be after 20 years. So you have the original trees would be mature, full-grown trees. And then those ones that were just planted 10 years ago are medium-sized. So we're harvesting some of the medium-sized trees and then the full-grown mature trees. And so finally, you're left with a 48-foot grid of mature trees. So I kind of translated that tree grid, that 48 feet, to like a buildable area, which is this hatched zone here. And then this kind of became the urban block. So you double the 48 and that's like your street scale. So, and then this is like your this would be the street, and then that would be the urban block. So it's kind of the process of how I got to, this is the super block. So this is, again, this is that 48-foot tree grid. So kind of to make it more digestible, I guess, to have it like more of a super block. And then a constructed, or I guess it would be more like the flex green space, but I was thinking about it as like a constructed wetland and then still continue it like a neighborhood forest on either side of that block. And then having pedestrian walkways in between, and then this would be streets as well. So here's an axon of that block. So you can see the housing that would be integrated into that tree grid, and then the neighborhood forest and here's kind of a timeline of like what I was explaining in the grid. So 2030, the seedlings will be planted, 2035 first harvest, and then planting, thinning, second harvest being 2050, and then you would start kind of transitioning to that urban block typology. Eventually reaching kind of like 2090 was when I was thinking that you would finally start to see that like productive cohabitation of the forestry and the residential zones. So, yeah.
Thank you. So I think within the area that you've found, I think is interesting for a couple of reasons, but I think it also has a couple drawbacks. The first is, you know, the plastic hub that you've identified, if that is to become a transit hub, I'm going to be 92% sure that would be classified as a brownfield after that was decommissioned. And so I don't think a transit hub would be permitted to go into a brownfield. And second, I think that choosing to do kind of this like reinvented pine lumber kind of silvicultural practice that you're putting in here, along with some form of urban development, is also worthwhile. I think that the difficulty though is that when you're going to be putting in a fairly kind of monocultural approach, it gets to be a little difficult. And what I mean by that is if you're going to have this kind of constant turnover every about like 5 to 10 to 20 years, that also causes a lot of surface erosion. And so having that within this kind of housing community, that's going to be a really unfortunate occurrence, especially if you're dealing with such a shallow amount of topography that your site has, that you're kind of working against. What I think I would recommend is kind of an amendment to that is that at some of the edges, allowing you to still maintain some pine planting because pine works here, but then allowing yourself to build an understory.
an understory of other shrubs and grasses, other plants that can help truly anchor and secure that, which then can maintain a practice of silviculture. I think hybridizing it with the housing is also really difficult because if you're still going to be like cutting those trees down door to someone's house, that's like insurance liabilities, and that's, you know, like what are we doing here? And so I think that there's a way for you to, I think, have better integrated where can housing go in this type of scenario with kind of a fully, let's say, like new forest that's not really going to be touched. How can we maintain some type of production space that can be maintained as like just longleaf pines? That then there's some type of housing typology that can have a relationship to it. I think putting them together exposes actually a lot more weaknesses than it does strengths, at least for me.
I think it's a nice, what you're doing is you're describing a transition from a tree farm to an urban forest, right? Something, two completely different worlds, right? One is about, one is calculated, quantitative, mathematical, and scheduled. And then urbanism is quite different from that. And I think it's in I mean, I appreciate the problems that were raised. As far as the urban forestry goes, you're using the remaining trees a little bit like grid markers or surveying points, as opposed to what an urban forest might be, which would, instead of being evenly distributed across the field, more clustered and open, arrangement of more clustered and open spaces than the even developed. I think it would be, and that's it, which is all, I think, within the parameters of the project. I think it's calling for, I think your urban setup is following your harvesting pattern, right? Where you're going in and interstitially removing trees and then interstitially putting trees in, houses in. But I do think that there are other patterns that could be played out with the system that would also have to do with a harvesting logic that wasn't uniform. So I think that, you know, I like the idea of the project and the transformation. But I think you could try different types of harvesting and urban construction patterns besides the even field. And you could also, I don't know what you're cutting for, because you cut for, if it's strictly economical, you're cutting for different markets, right? If you want pulp, if you want a fast return, you cut quickly and make plywood. If you want to do phone poles, you're going to be there for 50 years, something like that. Those can be also interesting as not only generating patterns, but what I think is nicest about it and is about the transition is different age trees existing at the same time, even if they are the same species, which would also be probably help the understory quite a bit to have different size, different age trees. And the last thing I'd throw in on the top of it is we researched a little bit. Longleaf pines, which I assume these are gluttonous for carbon. They suck it up really fast, and they suck it up quick. So in the first 20-25 years, they're shooting out of the ground and storing carbon in the wood. That could be another, thinking about it as carbon storage, could be another outside of the commodity crop. Could be another factor that would, maybe as it was initially cut for commerce, But it faces into other types of cutting and fitting regimens that are more related to its life as an urban environment, as opposed to a commercial product. But the inner section between the two is fascinating and interesting.
I think also the area that you've identified, I think this kind of goes from, I know that, I now know y'all had about like 3 weeks to get this done, correct? Yeah. So, this is more just like little tips and tricks, I guess, at this point. But again, when you're looking at something like 2100, land will change, land will erode, land will be remade. And so what you could also, if, I know that some of you are taking this as a thesis, to where, you know, like this, you don't have to take it for what it is. If you want to reshape it, where like if you want to break that, have this be an island and have that in the forest, you leave it alone, it becomes like this kind of carbon dune. Or if like, you know, water is really aggressive to where water is coming in through here, it's going to be constantly coming away down. And so probably in about 100 years, unless that's like really fortified for whatever reason, that might be close to it. That becomes a really weak point. So you're not going to want to put like a road, or you're not going to want to put housing or, you know, anything there. And so again, as you're thinking of these kind of speculative future conflicts, so I've got 78 years to work with. Like if you want to be bold, be bold. And if you don't want to, that's up to this. But you have the space to like take it on if you want to. And so yeah, I mean, I think it is like you're honest.
Is it a port? Is there any port activity here?
There is a port, I think.
I was curious if there was dredging going on. And
There's a lot of dredging, like when you zoom out, I should put like a.
Is the dredging south or?
You can kind of see it here. This was dredged. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so kind of from this point all the way down.
So where's your project on that map? Okay.
So it's not really.
No.
That's.
I thought that some of this might be.
But you can still also see like I would assume like that was obviously dredged. I think probably to access via that way. So, but there you can see there's a lot of evidence of dredged.
Yeah, I mean, human activity has shaped this.
Yeah.
Yes, very much so. Like with petrochemical companies coming in and doing that, of course, there's a huge agenda that's being put. Huge. And I think that, you know, it's important to take that on, but you have this project has the ability to kind of help reshape land. That planting forest allows for a certain type of slow, like a true kind of armature through its root systems of maintaining land if you wanted to. But because of clear cutting, that and the other kind of difficulty of putting housing in here is that typically it's fine. You're going in and just clear cutting it to where they don't want any big obstruction typically. Or if they do, like, again, it just completely gets like cut down. And so that puts another barrier into it. But yeah.
I like the synergy between the stability of the soil and the root system.
Yeah.
Where it's not just about the trees, it's about the land and actually the instability of the land in the area that is now in dialogue with what you're proposing here is a stability. And in that regard, it could be, you know, to the extent that this land is going to change, you're in control of that, not by necessarily making hard infrastructure, but by this root system. Thinking of it as a
fortification.
Yeah, fortification project.
You know, like if you were to think about this, you're truly only showing half of the tree, right? So you've got all of the roots here that you're not showing.
Yeah.
And especially if this is like a 20-plus-year-old tree, those roots are probably going to go out to here and be at least 10 feet. Because you're gonna have a tap root, there's a lot going on there. So, you know, that again, I think helps to articulate, you know, what is the true power that this project and strategy has. And it really can arm and fortify a whole space that could permit some type of settlement or some type of more human-based programming.
Yeah, I read it at some point, I can't remember, but like you were saying, like carbon, like even after the trees have been cut, like that root ball, like keeps it
50% away. I like how you started off by looking at these 4 cities
along the Gulf Coast. And in thinking about it in the context of this particular example that I have to the four cities also share common characteristics, like why they're there, of being away from the coast, but still ports, right? Which means they have navigation channels. And so one of the things you have to keep in mind is that in addition to the climate change, in addition to sea level rise, try to address that. Maybe even a bigger consequence is the fact that you might have more proliferation or extension of storm surge in the systems, more intense hurricanes, deeper water, maintaining ports. So the real problem in terms of what that region will face in terms of risk of climate change, probably more huge storm surge coming up. Like Charles, so look at it in that context, and again, if that's common, even in New Orleans, surrounded by levees, guess what? The river is changing, and as the land sinks, the sea rises, and so on. So that's the bigger picture. The other thing is that leads you to, it seems to me, you want to know a lot more about this information. Why wasn't it ever developed? Why wasn't it developed? You don't have to answer the question, but mainly the cause it tells you we don't know.
Yeah.
So there may be a reason, and there may be something there.
Sure there is.
But in any case, you need to know a lot more about the site, soils, geology underneath it, and the like. And also going forward, we tend to assume that those two plants that you talked about, as we decarbonize, and hopefully we will, are going to go away. No, because they're not refined. They're chemical processing plants that make things like plastics that we use, that will probably still be used. It's just maybe we won't use that thing. So I mean, so think forward in terms of how those allow. So if you look at one of the big plans that we talk about, climate action plan, it talks about changing the industry, not giving up on the industry, changing. So that leads you to think, well, you can't assume that those two plans, 2080, 2090, end of the century, I'd be surprised if we get there, but the next 30 years, maybe so. So you just once look at the bigger picture, the fact that how the environments can change that. And thinking about the storm surges, it raises the question: it's fine, it's not going to get inundated by still lives, but are you this community?
I think on the topic of storm surge, kind of another thing that gets forgotten about typically with a forest of this size or the planting regimen of this size is that you're also creating a giant windbreak for storms, where if a storm is coming through, not only is flooding going to happen and whatnot, but a huge stand of trees like that would also help to really break a lot of the intensity and velocity of the wind. And so you could think about, depending on how the wind directionality typically works out, that you are providing kind of a larger kind of community scale affinity to try and break some of that up. It's not going to be perfect, but it can help to potentially save and do some type of damage prevention in that too.
Meaning you push it beyond the limits of this one site. And think of it as storm protection, right, along the interior of the harbor.
Yeah.
Better than building it down.
I think if you want to do some winter reading, and if you really want to like spend more time with trees, there's Richard Foreman is an urban ecologist who has done a lot of really amazing work but he is known for these really simple drawings and diagrams that he does that highlight how nature doesn't like to be highly regimented and organized, even though we as humans like it to be like that. And I think looking at his work and the way that he writes about it would be a good complement to the project. Yeah, if you want to read it. If you don't want to read for 5 weeks, don't read. But okay. Richard Foreman.
It's hearing the question of timeline, in time scale. And so I feel like the context part of them are like, if you look at 2030 or you look at 2050, then you're designing it specifically, but if you're doing the 2090, then, push beyond, because I also was thinking from a pragmatic standpoint, it was like brownfield site, right? Like all I thought about was those trees might not even grow there, and are those the right trees? Because and are we even gonna be able to want to put housing on that site? Like to get into that, even more deeply specifically. And that's what you're worried about if you're thinking in the moment, what are we doing to even plant those trees? Are those trees that can actually grow there? And is that what we should be planting? And then this idea of for me, I just have questions of if the plant, I kind of imagine that the plant's infrastructure doesn't go unless it's wiped out by literally blown off it does get wiped out or get moved by a storm, surge, or by the wind. The remnants of that infrastructure are likely still going to be there. And so I was thinking, does a community that you have planned want to be in the shadow? In so many ways, you're keeping them in the shadow of a plant, right? Unless that itself changes. So, and I think that's just interesting again to think about why that piece of site. But to me, it's the time scale. You decide. I think you were all putting that. This is the first one. I've read everything, but this is the first one I've seen. So I just think thinking about when you decide to intervene and at what moments, and how sort of speculative you can get at those different moments. It's sort of smart.
Limit yourself in the time scale to just the patch of forest, as opposed to a much more dynamic environment. And it's the give and take between those two.
There's never a square, right?
It's very rare to find the perfect.
Yeah, that's what there's some sort of interplay happening that I think you do not just.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay,
Phase 2.
some of our guests from the afternoon are already here, but we have, I guess, I hope you have received an email saying that we're meeting in Carondelet 38, 13. So we finished now the morning session, and due to the weather and etc., we're meeting at 2:33. The other location, we're going to bring plots, and we have a monitor already installed there. We're sheltering in place at home until the storm passes, and then. Great. So you have some cards for logistics, some cards, let us know. And thank you for coming.
Of course.
Have
fun with that.
I
was gonna
I'm doing my.
When I'm born, it's the same.
Yeah.
Oh, we need Barry. Barry, all this studio. I'm rolling up, she's very, you know.
Computers.
When did you say, you're starting?
Nathan.
I almost forgot my laptop.
Yeah, that's what I.
Oh, what about the food? Do we need to